Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Oh, okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you today. I am just getting everything finalized here. We're going to start up in about 10, not even 10 seconds. I hope everyone is having a good start to their new year, that things are getting interesting for you, that you're doing better than what it seems our elected leaders are doing for us. So today we're going to be talking about a lot of things. And of course, as always, on every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you have the ability to reach out and to speak to us, to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. And that means that we're going to be talking about everything under the sun. Everything from North Korea, China, talking about gun control, talking about McCarthy and the 118th Congress. We're going to be talking about the issues that matter to you, whatever that might be. And I'm very interested to hear what you think are the important issues that we all need to discuss. As always, on this program, you can call in to 607-242-9247 and let us know what you think is the important issue. And you'll be able to hear that. You can go, you'll see it scrolling across the top of the screen. This is for anyone in the world. This is an international program. So if something's happening in the United Kingdom, in Canada, Mexico, India, Switzerland, Germany, so many places that people are watching this program, please let us know. I thought I had fixed everything with the sound. I apologize if it is not. It sounds okay in my ear, and I know that I was taping earlier this week and it was fine, so I don't know if it's still fixed or if there's any issue. Please let me know. But that being said, we're going to go forward because it's 2023, and let's get into the stream of everything that's going on. I want to start off with something that I think is very important. You may recall that back in 2018, as I have on the screen, we owned a website, mvoss.com, and we had over 2,000 articles there with over 2 million words that we had written since 2006. Now, that website, which we lost because of cost, it's just too expensive, in 2018, August 21st of 2018, we published an 8-part series, a discussion on red flag laws. Now, this very same report, over 25, I think it was 28 pages long, maybe 30 pages, was submitted to the New York State Senate, to the Republicans in the New York State Senate, for dissemination to the entire New York State legislature. It is a 6-month comprehensive report on red flag laws. Everything about red flag laws, what they've been doing since 1999, including conversations with the state of Connecticut, the state of Indiana, reviewing the studies done by the University of Indiana, the Duke University. And throughout that entire process, we came to a simple conclusion. Red flag laws are unconstitutional, they're ineffective, and they are inefficient. They just don't work. They don't stop suicides. They don't stop illegal gun use. They do nothing except be abused and harm American citizens. We made the case in 2018 on every single thing that these things violated. Well, it took 4 years. In December 30th of 2022, at the end of the year, and it flew by everyone. There was nobody who was paying attention to this. But in New York State, a justice, Court Judge Thomas Moran, ruled that extreme risk protection orders, which are red flag laws, sometimes called ERPOs, they are illegal. They are unconstitutional. Everything that we said in 2018 was verified in 2022. Not that New York State would tell you that. Not that Kathy Hochul wants you to know that. No. They didn't want to discuss that. They didn't want you to know that that was the reality Instead, they ignored the story. The major mainstream news media ignored this. This should have been headline news around the nation. Because what this means is that all 18 states and Washington, D.C. may have to remove the red flag laws that they have had since 1999. That tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of individuals in the United States have to, well, they were illegally, unconstitutionally denied their rights. They had their property stolen to them. They were not given due process. There are so many lawsuits that may come from this. This is amazing. And there were over 1,400, perhaps 1,500 United States citizens that had red flag actions placed against them illegally, unconstitutionally, by the state of New York. And now they're gone. But what happened next? See, New York State, they hate guns. Kathy Hochul, the Democrats that run this state because it's a single party rule, they absolutely want you to be defenseless. If you're a woman, if you are poor, you live in a crime-ridden area, which is most of New York State now, they want you defenseless. They want to defund the police, and they don't want you to protect yourself. Not even passively with a bulletproof vest. They made that illegal too. So you can't even defend yourself by just arming yourself and your family. So this deal is very big for the Second Amendment. It's very big for you. It says that the government cannot just deny you rights and say, well, yeah, in the back, we'll come back to that. We will address that in the future. That's the whole thing with red flag laws. They say, oh, well, you're not denied your rights. We'll get to them eventually after you've been punished, even though there is no crime that has been made. In fact, no crime is alleged. There is no crime involved in this at any point. So that's a very big deal. Now, I think that's very important to mention. And what we see is that so this is what happened, but it's not the only news that came out that I think was great. But I mean, it's been 4 years that we have been talking about red flag laws, and we have identified and shown you so many times how they are not effective and how they're bad for you. Well, that's not the only thing. See, there was also the U.S. Appeals Court blocked the ban on bump stocks. Now, I love the way the title is put up here by the AP. Rapid fire bump stocks. It's like a machine gun, except it's not. It's not even close to a machine gun. And by the way, machine guns are legal. You can own a machine gun. As we have shown many times in this program, the ATF has records of over 732,000 machine guns in the United States today. 3.3 million people own mines, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, tanks. You can own all of that. I know Joe Biden says you can't, but Joe Biden doesn't know what century he's in, let alone whether or not he's president. You can't go by Joe Biden. The fact is that bump stocks are legal, and the ATF cannot arbitrarily, on its own, just make up a bunch of rules and tell you, you have to live by that now. We just made a new regulation, and you are denied your rights because the ATF said so. It doesn't work like that, which is what they did. So there's two big pieces right there, two big pieces of really good news on the gun control front. That the government has been pulled back, that they have been denied some of this power that they have been trying to usurp from the American people. And I'm happy about that. That's good news, because they need to have that power denied to them. They need to be halted in the actions that they're doing. But let's look at this. But going forward, don't have the illusion that we're going to get this happening over and over again. Because I don't trust the 118th Congress. And I want to ask you, do you trust Kevin McCarthy? Do you think that the establishment GOP, I don't know what the word I want to use here is, the status quo Republicans, do you think they're actually going to change anything? Do you think they're going to spearhead the changes that most Americans want to see? Most Americans want to be safe. They want to defend themselves and their families. They want to be able to protect themselves, say with a bulletproof vest. They want the government out of their life. That's what most Americans want. Do you believe that we're going to see that under McCarthy? Do you think they're actually going to get anything done? Especially when Democrats still have the Senate, they still have the White House. On top of which, and we'll get into this in more detail, but what deals did McCarthy make? I mean, really, that's the big deal. Hang on. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing your comments, by the way. You can also text in. You can leave your comments on YouTube, on Facebook, on social media. You can make a comment live or afterwards and tell me if you disagree with anything that I have to say, any of the evidence that I am providing, any of the conclusions that I'm making. I'm more than happy to hear what you have to say. For people who are new watching the program, this is an open discussion. Not only can you bring in issues that you think are important, but on my side, the fact is, if you think I'm wrong or you think I've misunderstood something, please tell me why. You can type out the text or you can call in, whichever way you prefer. I'm open to hear what you have to say. But I do want to get to McCarthy in a little bit. But I just want that question out there. Do you think he can be effective? And what do you think he can be effective on? But as always in this program, we don't just want to look at the past, although we do, because we remember what politicians have told us. We remember the policies that they've had, and you're going to see how important that is when we talk about the southern border, when I talk about Joe Biden and what he's doing with the southern border. The past is very important. And when I talk about the past, I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm not talking about 5 years ago. I'm talking about last year, just 9 months ago. But before we get to that, let's understand, do you remember we were talking about China? And we said China has been illegally creating police offices, sending out their departments, their police departments, and they were running their own police force illegally in other countries. In over 100 countries. We were one of the first sources to cover that and to discuss that and to identify that on the Lower East Side of New York City, one of those police stations existed. And we sent out a letter to everyone, to the practical progressive Mayor Eric Adams, to Kathy Hochul, to now Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, to the federal government and everyone in state government, asking them who authorized the country of China to put a police force in New York City on U.S. soil to go and investigate and impose Chinese laws on U.S. soil. We never got a response to that. Kathy Hochul decided not to talk about it. She didn't want to talk about it for her campaign, and she didn't talk about it since. They wouldn't even respond to the email we asked. We have no comment from Mayor Eric Adams. He doesn't want to talk about it. It's a non-story. We know the United States is one of 17 countries investigating this, but they don't want to talk about it. Then it might be fine. Yeah, I love that, Dow. But here's the thing. What we found out is, and as we alluded to at the time, when we first talked about the story over a month ago, we said if there's one police station in the United States that China controls, there's more. And most likely there's one in California. You can look back on our words on that. And the answer is yes. In China has 4, let me say it again, 4 police departments running illegally in the United States. 3 of them are in New York. 1 is in LA. Gee, I am shocked. 3 in New York City, 1 in California. Am I shocked at all? that the progressive capitals on the East Coast and the West Coast of America are allowing a communist country to run their own police department, to do investigations, and to enforce Chinese law in the United States. Is anyone shocked about this? And I know almost no one knows about this because they have suppressed this story massively. They do not want you to talk about this. They do not want you to think about this. But this is anarchy. When another country can come to our country and just set up operations, just open up law enforcement and just run it like it's their home, that's, besides violating international law, it is insane. And it was bad enough when we said, well, there was only one. No, now there's four. And how long before we investigate and we find out there's even more than that? How long until we find out there's one of these police stations, these Chinese police departments in Illinois, in Chicago, in Maryland, maybe they're in New Jersey. I mean, how many places? How long would it be before we find out they're doing this in Portland? There are some comments, and I want to say hello, Dal. Thank you for being here with us. Hot Chicks, you're with us. Good morning to you as well. Jason from Bing. Good to hear from you, Jason. Says, who works for them and how have they been reinforced? They're sending Chinese law enforcement agents into the United States to run these police departments that are hidden, like the one in New York City on the Lower East Side, which is on the second floor above a Chinese-owned business. So it's very low-key and unofficial, but it's there, and everyone knows about it. Because I was able to find out about it. People I have looking and advising me were able to find this location and were able to identify that the local community were well aware that Chinese police department was running as well in the United States. So whenever they need new police officers or to change up those police officers, they just send more people over on a plane as a tourist, and they send them over as a tourist into the United States, and they are now, as soon as they land, they pick up their police duties. Now in some countries, like in Austria, they walk around in actual uniforms. But like in Romania and Austria, those countries have agreements with China, and China is taking control, so they don't care. But in the United States, they don't get to walk around like that. But they're still doing it. They're just in plain clothes. But the Chinese citizens, the people they're interacting with, investigating, they know it. I think one of the quotes about this was, it was from Sky News. And one of the Chinese officers in Romania said, oh, but the Chinese citizens feel so safe and secure to know that their Chinese government followed them and is spying on them to make sure they don't break Chinese law in another country. That's like Brittany Griner. That's like the United States setting up a FBI office openly in Moscow to make sure that Brittany Griner's following U.S. law, which would have allowed her to actually smoke marijuana. It's crazy. Dow says, however, as I stated in my Twitter thread, unless McCarthy adheres to those concessions made in good faith, all we may get are just a continuance of do something politicking. In reference to my question, how do you feel about McCarthy? And I will get to that in a little more detail in the show, but that's a good point. Jason from Bing says it sounds like tax evasion. It's not tax evasion. If we're talking about China, what we're talking about is they're not evading taxes on having their own police force. They're breaking international law. It's illegal for another country to enforce their laws in your country without permission of that country. Let me make it clear. China has no permission to do this. This is completely unofficial. They're not supposed to do this. See, if they wanted to actually have, they would have to have a joint operation. And that would have to be run by the UN. They'd have to go out and speak with New York State, speak with the United States, request permission to send their people over for a specific operation that they wanted to do, and only then could they do it. And they would have to either do it through Interpol, the United Nations, or in a direct conversation with the United States. None of that happened. This is crazy that this is happening. And it's more than we thought it was. And what a shock that everywhere that there is a Confucius Institute, or 2 or 3, there happens to be this Chinese police force. That the Chinese spy agency in our colleges, as we have covered on this channel before, the Confucius Institutes that we have in the United States, in Binghamton University as well, and also from Delaware, where Congressman, he's the one who was sleeping, Eric Swalwell, sleeping with the Chinese spy. They had a Confucius Institute there. And that spy from the Confucius Institute followed Eric Swalwell into his congressional campaign and helped to get him elected twice. Gee, are we surprised that those same places have these Chinese police departments? They have our spies here, and they have their police departments here. Who's in control? What is the Biden administration doing? This should be headline news. This is something that could start a war. And we've told you on this program that it was going to get worse. And I tell you again, if there was one, there were more. There's 4. And if there's 4, I tell you that there's a dozen. I tell you that they are happening not just in New York City and California. There's the entire rest of the nation in between. You think the Chinese just thought about those 2 cities and forgot the rest of the coast and everything in between? You don't think they're in Austin, Texas? You don't think they're in Boulder, Colorado? Portland? One of the most socialist cities in all of the New York State, United States. You mean to tell me Portland doesn't have a Chinese police department helping to spread communism and socialism? Absolutely they do. It's just that we haven't been told about it. Let me go back to, now Jason has a couple of comments here, and let me catch up with everybody, so bear with me. And I think it's the distance I am from the microphone that's giving the echo. I apologize. I'm trying to make sure I get that right. Dow says that the Chinese Communist Party National Police use their ability to go into other nations as a base to low-key coerce the nationals to return to China to be prosecuted for crimes. So they send their police over, they have their police harass people in other countries like the United States where they have the freedom of speech, and because they're able to speak in the United States and say, well, you know, communism isn't good, the police can then go and harass that person and says, you need to go back to China right now, or we're going to punish your entire village because you said you don't like communism. Yes, that is happening. It is terrifying. Dow says it's a uniformed service infringing on foreign soil, and if they are in plain clothes without the host country's consent, it is espionage. That's why I said it's potentially a source to create a war. These are spies. They are saboteurs, in fact. They are not just spies, they are espionage saboteurs because they are undermining the legal system of the United States, the bedrock of our society, and they are disrupting the lives of American citizens as well as foreign nationals in our country. And they're doing this in many countries, but in America, it's at least 4 different departments that are doing this. So that is espionage. It is a crime, and we're not doing anything about it. This is insane. Jason from Bing says the IRS could look into it since they are working in the U.S. to get some use out of the 100,000 new agents. The IRS can't do a thing about it. Now, Jason, the IRS can't touch it because it's a foreign country. China does not file a tax form, and these individuals are quote unquote tourists in the United States. They don't have jobs in the United States. They're not paid by US agencies. They're paid by the Chinese government. So there's no money being used that necessarily is being declared in the United States. So the IRS can't touch them. And yes, Jason, it is like a mob operation. This is like protection money, almost. It's insane. Dow says the Confucius Institute, elite capture, and hostage politics, that is the Chinese Communist Party. I agree. Graham Cabrera, excuse me. Sorry for that, Graham. Graham Cabrera. Happy New Year, Michael. Watching the McCarthy drama on C-SPAN was fun. I hope McCarthy and the Republicans follow through on placing limitations on the speaker position, like the motion to vacate. That, as I understand, the motion to vacate has been agreed on, which is why he was able, after 15 tries, to get in. I'm going to get into that a lot more as we go forward, but yes, that was, as I understand from one of my sources, that was the deal that was made, although it has been publicly announced. That was the key sticking point. Graham Cabrera says, it seems to Graham that our nation would be well served by putting safeguards in place for the future when inevitably another Nancy Pelosi comes along to fill the speaker position. Term limits would be really interesting too, but I expect we might have to wait for the 119th Congress for any real progress on that. Well, I know what you're talking about, and Lauren Boebert mentioned this when she was on Michael Knowles' program, and she was talking about the deal that was made with Kevin McCarthy in the summer of 2022, a deal that Kevin McCarthy reneged on because he thought he was going to have a wave of support. He thought that establishment GOP would just win every race and that they didn't need any faction of Republicans, any group of Republicans that were more conservative. The establishment was going to be in control. A lot of people don't recognize this. There's a difference in the Republican Party, kind of like what we see in the Democratic Party, but not quite, where we see that there is establishment Republicans and there are conservative Republicans, sometimes called the Freedom Caucus. Now, the conservative Republicans, the Freedom Caucus, they want to adhere to the Constitution. They want to shrink the government. They want to take away power from the government. This is more of a grassroots movement that are more focused on your rights and freedoms. The establishment Republicans, which are the overwhelming majority, they just want to keep things as they are. They don't necessarily want to get into fights with the Democrats, and they are terrified of anything, any controversy that might cost them a vote or a donation. Their main focus, the establishment GOP, which Kevin McCarthy represents, the establishment GOP just want to stay re-elected. That's it. They want to get elected and re-elected. That's it. That is their main focus. They don't want anything to change, and they just want to keep their positions of power, which has nothing to do with America. Yes, Dow, many of them are rhinos. So that's the establishment. Now, as the reason why I say that's kind of like what we see with Democrats and progressives is that there is a faction, it is a smaller faction within the main party. But the difference between the Freedom Party or the grassroots Republicans and the establishment GOP is that in the Democratic Party, everyone is on the extreme. The entire party is moving left and further left. They're constantly marching further and further left. Whereas Republicans are standing their ground. Establishment Republicans are on the right. They're center right. They're not moving from there. And the Freedom Caucus were always a little bit further right. Not extremist, but just a little more constitutional. And they haven't moved. The goalposts are changing with Democrats because there's always another special interest group. There is always another priority, another equity checklist that has to be made to make sure that somebody is being put above somebody else as they redistribute wealth and power in this nation. There's always someone who has to be special. At some point, progressives are going to turn on the transgender people when they see that that's not going to be effective for votes and sympathy anymore, and they're going to throw them in the dustbin just like they did gay women, just like they did to straight women, just like they did to men, all men who aren't white. They throw them away when they don't need them. You're black, they've got your vote, they don't care about you. You're Hispanic, they've got your vote, they don't care about you. And it's not just me saying that. Look at the laws that they pass. Look at the way they listen to their constituents. They don't care. They know they'll get 70, 75, 80% of your vote, and they don't care. They only care if they had less than 75% of the votes. Then they say, well, we'll do something. We're going to help you. We will give you free stuff. And then they stop talking to you. Don't believe me? Remember the pitch that they made, Democrats made to college students? Vote for Democrats and you will get your student loans wiped out. And Democrats had month and a half to be able to pass a law, because they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. They could have passed a law paying off student loans. They threw them under the bus, didn't care. Remember, they said that they would pass an abortion law because that's the most important thing in America, right? Women's rights. So they were going to pass an abortion law. They were going to codify Roe v. Wade. And they had the ability to do that from November 9th until December 31st. They could have passed Roe v. Wade, made it a national law if it was really important, just like they could have done for the last 50 years. They had the House, the Senate, and the White House. They could have put it through at any time that they wanted to if it was really important. It wasn't. They wanted the votes. So again, that's the progressive movement. They promise a lot, they're very extreme, and they're always trying to pander to another group and prioritizing different people based on their gender, their skin color, their sexual preference, whatever's the new criteria of the day. The establishment GOP don't keep pandering. They just don't want to move. They just want to maintain power. They're very, very selfish. So that is the difference, and that is the way to see the difference. And I'm going to get to some of the comments in just a second here. So that's why I wanted to make sure that's clear about that. Now, and I want to get more into the Congress, the 118th Congress, in just a little bit. I just want to finish up about what we're dealing with here when we're talking about what's happening internationally. See, if a foreign country does not respect us, if they don't respect our laws, if China doesn't respect us enough to respect our law enforcement, the rules of our nation, our constitution, if they don't respect us and they're willing to send in their spies and their agents to act as if they're on Chinese soil anywhere they go, and we do nothing about it, well, guess what? No other country's going to respect you either. The bully in the lunchroom, if the bully in the lunchroom comes by and takes your dessert every time you get a meal, and you let them, no one's going to respect you. No one's going to think that you can fight for yourself. No one will look at you and go, that's someone who can defend themselves. That's someone who I'm impressed by. That's a leader. No, you're a weakling. You're someone who can be abused and taken advantage of. If the bully can do this to you every day in broad daylight in front of everyone, and you do nothing, you don't even complain, you're weak. You're not a hero, you're a victim. And you're a victim that's looked down on because you're not even willing to speak up. That is what we are seeing with the Chinese police in various countries, but especially in the United States. And that's why we get to see things like what we're seeing in South Korea. And I want to be clear about this, okay? This is a direct result of the Biden-Harris and the Democratic progressive ideology. South Korea is now admitting that North Korea had drones that flew not only into North Korea, but flew over essentially the White House of South Korea. Now think about this. This is like saying that Cuba sent a bunch of drones into Washington, D.C., and they circled the White House. Could you imagine the insanity that would happen with that? If we had a communist nation just fly a bunch of drones into our country and circle around our leadership, and they did nothing about it. Now, the answer to that is South Korea decided that their response was going to be that they would send in after the fact, and they sent out a bunch of drones to go back to fly into North Koreans' territory. Now, that's the first time that has ever happened, that they broke the international airspace of North Korea. South Korea does it. North Korea does it to South Korea all the time. South Korea never has done that to North Korea since 1953 when a ceasefire was made. But remember, this is the same time that no one respects the United States. And the United States is the backbone of South Korea. We are the ones who are defending South Korea. The United States is defending Japan, who no longer has confidence in the United States, so they're getting their own army for the first time since World War II. And now we see that in South Korea, they're starting to do things they have never done since 1953. That means no one thinks America is able to do anything. America is the weakling letting everything happen around them. And remember that North Korea is the puppet of China. China tells North Korea, go ahead and do this. Fire off a bunch of missiles. Here's the hypersonic missile technology to fire missiles. Go and fire a bunch of missiles and piss off the United States. See what they do. And when we did nothing, they did more. And the only one who wins is China. Because China then says, oh, well, then we'll send our police. Things are, it's dangerous in the world. Look at what's happening with North Korea, the South Korean, the Southeast Asia region. Let's send out our police to protect. They're protecting Chinese citizens everywhere in the world. Because obviously America can't protect them. Because America's not doing anything. Biden-Harris isn't even talking about this. And every time Harris shows up in South Korea, she makes it worse. Every single time that Kamala Harris has shown up anywhere in the world and she has spoken to a world leader, the situation has gotten worse with those world leaders. Every single time. Without fail. That woman is the worst at everything. So South Korea, this is a direct consequence. We have, if China can put their police in the United States and we do nothing about protecting Japan or South Korea, then we are watching anarchy take over. And it is getting worse and worse by the day. This is not a new thing, okay? This has been going on, and we've been talking about this for a year, 2 years, 3 years on this channel. How this is getting worse because we're not doing anything. Now, this is from the Voice of America, that South Korea is looking to do a tit-for-tat approach. So when North Korea does something, South Korea does the same thing back. And I quote, last week, after North Korea sent 5 small reconnaissance drones, they always want to tell you that it's inconsequential. It was nothing important. These reconnaissance drones, they weren't armed with missiles. They weren't loaded with bombs. They weren't sent there to just blow up and kill, assassinate a president, which they could have been. If you can send in 5 drones, you can send in a missile, you can send in a package of weapons and assassinate world leaders. So it doesn't matter how big it is, it's the fact that they could do it. Going on, that they sent 5 small reconnaissance drones across the land border. South Korea quickly retaliated by sending one of its own drones into the north for the first time and vowed to send 2 or 3 more for every future North Korean drone incursion. So this is stupid. This is tit for tat. Oh, you sent over a drone that could kill our leader and you circled it over his head. Oh, we're going to send one across the border. That's not the same thing. If you told me that you sent a drone over the head of Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, that's kind of the same. No, you didn't. They sent 5. They all circled his head like it's some kind of Looney Tunes cartoon. And it's not the same thing of having 5 drones circling the head of the South Korean president as saying, oh, we crossed the border. They're not equivalent. That's not tit for tat. But that's what happens when you have weak leadership and they're afraid to provoke North Korea because North Korea is in control. Not America, not South Korea. It's North Korea. And when I say North Korea, I mean China. But now someone may be saying to you, but Mike, what's all of this about? Why does this matter to the United States? Because we're talking about a regional war. Because this will involve American troops. Because this is going to matter to your peace. Whether or not you're safe, whether or not your kids are safe. Let me make this clear. If the United States gets into, if South Korea starts a war with North Korea, or Japan starts a war with North Korea, because of all the missiles that are being fired at their people, and whether by accident or purpose, someone dies because of these missiles that are being sent off by North Korea, because of the drones that they're sending in to South Korea. If that happens, that's an act of war. According to treaties, like the U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960, if that happens, the United States is obligated, it is required to send in troops to protect Japan. And it doesn't matter whether it happens to a Japanese person or if it happens to someone in South Korea, if it happens in Southeast Asia, the treaty says the United States has to send troops and protect Japan, which means we're in a war. And if we're in a war, what do you think those police spies in America are going to do? They're already espionage agents. They're already illegally here. They're already running around our country, taking the law into their own hands, which is, again, a crime. What do you think those same people are going to do if we're in an active war against the best interests of China and North Korea? Do you think they're just going to sit back and go, oh, well, that's okay? Or do you think those same people who are there to threaten other Chinese people and to interfere with our government, do you think they might do something? They might commit some acts of domestic terrorism. I'm not saying that they will. I'm telling you that they could. And that's how this is how this all affects you. If even one person by accident is harmed in South Korea or Japan, then that can, by law, by the rules and treaties we have, require the United States to get into a shooting war with North Korea, which means you at home in California, New York, and wherever else they have these Chinese police departments, you're in danger. Like in Delaware, you're in danger. Your life can be taken away because of these people. But the news media doesn't want you to think about that. They tell you, don't think about it. It's not big news. This isn't a big deal. They just have agents and police officers on our soil doing whatever the hell they want. But it's not important. Don't worry. The fact that we're not living up to our treaties, not important. Don't worry. Let me go back to the story. And this is coming, again, from the Voice of America. And they say, under President Yoon Suk Yeol, South Korea has adopted an explicit tit-for-tat policy response when responding to North Korean aggression. Like I said, it's a stupid idea. Supporters say that such an approach helps keep the peace. By responding with quick, corresponding displays of force, South Korea and the United States can demonstrate their ability and willingness to respond using superior weapons, they argue. And let me tell you how this is disproven. There were 73 missiles fired by South Korea in 2022 alone. That is more than any president in 4 years combined. That's it. This was the single worst announcement of the disrespect of the United States government and its power. And we escalated and we did tit for tat, and it didn't stop them. And now in 2023, they're sending drones circling the head of President Yoon. Guess what? Tit for tat isn't stopping them. It isn't letting this go down. So critics say the strategy also increases the likelihood of misunderstandings or mistakes, leading to a situation that could quickly escalate. In addition, it ensures North Korea is in the driver's seat, they say, by allowing it to more easily start provocation cycles that can be exploited. And the answer is, of course, that's absolutely true. That is everything I just described to you. It's the example I just gave you. Because we keep trying to do something to show that we're strong, and North Korea goes, that's not strong. Let me show you how strong I really am. And all it takes is for one drone to fire a missile, one drone to crash and kill a civilian, one missile to go off course and strike a boat or a city and kill a civilian in Japan or South Korea. That's all it takes. And according to the United States treaty with Japan, like our ceasefire treaty in Korea, the United States have to send in troops, and we are in a fighting war. And those people that have been infiltrating the United States and making up their own laws on our soil are instantly people who can commit sabotage and harm you and your business and your livelihood. It's that simple. Tit for tat doesn't work. The failure of leadership to stand up and do something is important. Hey, Cordisco, good to see you. So let me catch up with some of the comments here. So I'm trying to explain what's going on with the Southeast Asia. But you know what? Everyone wants to talk about the 118th Congress. Okay, let's talk about the 118th Congress. Hang on. I see the comments. It's supposed to be 118th. I was going to talk a little bit more about what's happening around the world internationally and how that is affecting our lives. But let's talk about it. If everyone wants to talk about it, this is your program. If everyone, I see the comments and everyone's talking about what's happening with McCarthy is now being attacked. Excuse me, Matt Gaetz is being attacked by the far left about what happened with McCarthy. Let me be very clear. This is a complete and utter joke. There is nothing about this that was positive. Oh, we got a call. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. Can you tell me, what is your first name? Oh, can you hear me? Hold on one second. Keep talking. Hang on, something's wrong. 1 second, something's wrong. Oh, that's why. Da. Mike? Sorry. I had you
Still
connect.
there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I gotta turn down my, okay, we're all set, right?
Yeah. I just had the wrong cord plugged in.
Yeah, I do that myself. I do that all the time. We were born in the wrong era to be this much technology, you know?
Yeah.
Go on, waiting for a good song, and as soon as one, you jumped up and pushed record so you get it on the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all did that, and people that are under 40 have no clue what I'm talking about.
No, they don't. They don't.
Anyway, the 118th Congress. You
Yes.
know, they made it out. It's funny. Even Hannity did. Mainstream media, even Fox, a lot of them made it out to be the end of Western civilization as we know it. And I ask everybody I've run into since then, well, what happened in your life while they weren't in session, really? And they went, nothing. Like it didn't matter, because it doesn't matter. It's how the sausage is made, and it's just, and that's the way. I can even tell you when I used to be a councilman how many times privately or in work sessions we talked about legislation. You
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't want those conversations on TV.
Well,
So,
I think there's three questions about this. One, is is Kevin McCarthy a strong leader, as we have seen on 15 votes to get in? Does that display him as a strong leader? He called himself determined. I call it a joke. Two, do we think he's going to be effective at anything? Like, how effective
well,
can he be if he
you
couldn't get
know,
the votes that he needed amongst Republicans and now he has to go deal with Democrats?
well, be careful with that rhetoric
Why?
because that's the same thing we criticize Pelosi for doing.
And I would say the same thing. I apply the same
Well,
rules.
well, no, you get everybody to fall in line. However you do it, it's probably not.
But they didn't fall
Oh,
in line.
I'm getting a lot of buzz in there. You got it?
I'm hearing you.
Oh, I can hear like buzzing.
I
No,
know.
that's
I
what we
know.
accuse of. That's what we accuse Pelosi of doing. So just be careful. You know, I think it worked out the best it could have. I knew it would work out in the end. I'm just thankful it wasn't on January 6th, technically. I chuckled about that. I wondered if they waited until after midnight so they can't say it was on January 6th.
Well, I knew that. I've said, matter of fact, I was talking to Andy Hooser out of Indiana, or was it Kentucky? And we were talking about this. He had me on the show in December. And I said, yeah, McCarthy was going to get in. He is an establishment man. He's not someone who's there to represent the public. He's there to maintain power and
Oh
keep
yeah,
things even keel.
he's 1980s Republican. There's no question.
Yeah. So I always knew he was going to get in, but when he has to go through one that he did 15 votes in a row and failed 14 times, that's not a leader.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. And I'll tell you the truth. It depends. There's so many definitions of leaders. A lot of times you'll get a leader that will get things done. You just don't know it was him. And I used to do that when I was council president. And so there's, browbeating people like Pelosi, making them fall in line, everybody lockstep. That's not really, well, it's an authoritarian leader, but it's not really a leader, I think, of a Congress.
But he's not someone who got people to fall. He made backroom deals. We know that's a fact. And when
Well,
we look at,
everybody does. I did when I was
I
in local
understand.
politics.
I understand there's certain deals that. Here's the thing. He had a set of deals in the summer. He broke those rules according to Lon Bobert. He
Right.
broke that deal, and
Well,
then
you know why?
because he didn't think he needed them.
Yeah, he didn't think he needed them. And that's just short-sightedness. That's not a leadership thing. That's an arrogance thing.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. He had 19 people. According to what we saw, it started off, he had 19 people who absolutely disagreed with him being in charge because he broke the deals and they needed new deals. That included Matt Gaetz, Paul Gosar, many others, Chip Roy. And he whittled it down to roughly 6 or 9 by the end of this entire process,
Right.
which included Bobert, Gates, Andy Biggs, and a few others. When he finally got the vote, So he had to make some kind of special deal with those people because they never voted for him. All what we saw is about half of the 19 people who were against him just said they weren't going to vote. They actually withdrew themselves from the vote. They said they were present.
I didn't realize at the end when he only had 216, and then I realized the 6 votes were voting present, which brings down the total, which brings down the majority down a couple. So
Exactly.
that
So-
it actually they could have stuck their own name in a nomination and they had to continue, but they saw the handwriting on the wall. I think they made the best point they could have considering the circumstances. I mean, they were dealt a crappy hand for 20, and I think they made the best of what they had. And so the Democrats will scream, oh, what kind of leader is he, blah, blah, blah. It didn't really change anything. I don't like McCarthy either. But here's the thing. You're never going to get, I shouldn't say never. It's very rare to get somebody in a leadership position like that doesn't want to be in that position, but is chosen anyway. Those are usually the best leaders.
Yeah, but what I'm getting is I'm getting the impression of Ryan again. Speaker Ryan, remember him?
Oh, yeah. I had a lot of high hopes for him that lasted about 10 minutes.
Well, I had no hopes with McCarthy, and he's doing the same thing Ryan did. He's vacuous. I mean, is it more leadership than
We're gonna have to see because the rules committee is going to tell the real tale here.
I
They're
don't.
going to change the rules that
Yeah.
they agreed to the demands.
That's on Monday.
We're going to have to see. The rules committee is where all the real stuff is done. Who can do what and what procedures. I think he's in a tough spot where he tries to screw over these last 6 or the 20 as far as committees go and chairmanships. I think the spotlight is on him, so I don't think he'll do it.
Well, here's the question that comes up with this, okay? Because we have to look at this. He has said so far, and I'm bringing it on the screen right now. This is according to CNBC, that he is going to tackle immigration, woke education policies, and the IRS. That he has said directly that his first legislation he's going to be putting forward is to repeal the 87,000 new IRS
Right.
agents.
Yeah, I did see the speech. I did see a speech late tonight. Yeah.
Yep. That he's going to go after illegal immigration as a top priority, and that he wants to go after the schools and get rid of this woke.
That's tough on that's tough on immigration for a simple thing. At least the founders set up at least the way they wanted it was Congress controls the purse strings. As far as executing orders, that's the executive. So it's going to be tough for the Congress to enforce the law, being they have no jurisdiction. But the money part they can do.
Yeah, but let me say it very clear. I don't think he can do it because I don't think he can even get it passed in the House, let alone the Senate, which is not going to do it.
Oh, you don't think he's going to get the IRS agents taken off in the House?
No. I don't think he doesn't have enough respect or leadership to get all the Republicans in line to say how they want to get rid of the 87,000 agents, and especially those who are now being told they have to carry a gun to sit at a desk for the IRS. And yes,
yeah, but a lot of them said what was going to happen even before the vote. I'll tell you what I mean. Similar 20. They said, let's put these things in. The IRS agents, the border, all these laws we're going to pass. If the Senate throws it away, says no, or the president vetoes it, that's on them. And in 2 years, they're going to pay the price. That's the only way you can do it.
That's it. That's assuming that they're actually going to use that tactic. I'm not struck by that.
Maybe they're sincere about it too. You and I are both cynical SOBs.
No, we're realists.
No, that's a good thing.
We're realists. And the reality is that I do not see that McCarthy is able to, especially now. Hakeem Jeffries just watched this whole thing.
By the way, is going to be Obama 2.0. He's going to be the new golden boy.
He's even worse. Hakeem Jeffries is a progressive. He's part of the progressive caucus. He wants to transform.
He's going to be Obama 2.0. And remember, you heard it here first. He's going to be their nominee for president in 2024.
Actually, I said that about more than a month ago. Not that he's running.
You and I both live in New York, so we're a little more familiar with him. And I really can't say what I think because we're on the air.
Well, I understand. But Hakeem Jeffries just watched the embarrassment of the Republicans on international news. And he knows that they don't have the power to get anything through the Senate or through the White House. So he has absolutely no reason to actually back any of this, whether it's immigration reform or the IRS agents, especially not education in
No,
schools.
well, wait a minute. Even if they had the Senate, it's Republicans, and even if they had the White House, Hakeem Jeffries would act exactly the same.
He would, but there would be mainline Democrats that might go with it.
Oh no, not anymore. Those days are over. Those days are over. If that was the case, then they could have got 4 or 5 moderate Democrats, and Jeffries could have told them, "Listen, vote for McCarthy so we can get the hell out of here." And
No.
they didn't do it. They won't even do that.
No, he wouldn't do that because the embarrassment is worth it. 15 times? Let him
Yeah, but
keep going.
it gets to a point where you can only embarrass somebody somewhat before it doesn't count anymore.
Sure it does. You can keep going forever. It's politics.
Do
They've
you
got
think-
all the
do you-
news
do
media
you think-
backing
Do
them.
you think they're any more embarrassed at 15 votes or 20 votes? I mean, it comes out the same.
When you have all the news media covering this every day,
They already
extending the
got their pound
cycle,
of flesh.
no,
They got their pound of flesh.
they don't. They want more than just a pound. They want the body. It doesn't end. That is what we have seen. Look at what they did to Trump. 4 years of lies, of misconceptions. Whether you like Trump or
I'll
not.
tell you the truth. Who I was more mad at than Democrats concerning Trump was Republicans.
Well, yes, and many of the Republicans were allowing this to happen for 4 years, every day. In all the
because of one simple fact.
hang on. In all the tallies that have been done by all the independent news agencies, 92% of all of the news coverage of every single thing that Trump did, no matter what it was negative. 92%. They did
Of
that
course.
for 5 years.
I thought it was higher. I'm surprised that low.
No, it was 92%, which is
What was the 8%? Fox?
probably. But that's it. That's the only coverage. And they didn't get a pound of flesh. They went after the entire body, and they're still doing it to this day.
Oh,
so
they're
to
really
say,
good at politics. They're a lot better at politics than the Republicans are. They're excellent at it.
yeah. So to say that Hakeem Jeffries would ever step in to stop this, no, he absolutely wouldn't.
Well, of course not. It's not his best interest.
But here's the thing we're missing here. Do we think he will do anything that's effective? Like stopping the red flag laws? Like
Who's
actually,
he? Who are you talking about?
McCarthy.
McCarthy or Jeffries?
McCarthy.
Oh, okay.
Jeffries wants all this stuff. I'm talking about McCarthy.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You don't like McCarthy. I don't either.
No.
See, McCarthy does all the things he promised to do and had all the laws passed, and the Senate said no, and the president said no. We're going to turn around and say, well, he knew they were going to say no, so he just did them, and it really doesn't count. Either way, the guy's screwed.
No, I would actually give him the benefit of doubt that he's actually making the attempt, and
Okay,
that
so then-
improves.
Okay.
Hang on.
His track
hang
record.
on.
His track record is not so good.
I
I'll give you
understand.
that. It sucks.
Yes, but if he's trying, and he's being rejected from things that the public actually wants. The public wants to be involved in education with their kids. They want some kind of change to immigration laws and the illegal immigration, the open door policy that we have. That's what the government wants. And
Right, and then when they're turned away at every piece of legislation, at every issue, they're turned away.
then we win in
They're gonna say,
2024.
See, it's not us. We're doing what we can. And if people are going to go, wait a minute, you promised you would make change.
No,
They're in
no,
a
no,
box.
no. And then people say, then that means we need to, in 2024, a Republican wins the presidency and we win back
That's what a
the
lot
Senate.
of That's what a lot of them were saying during the debate.
No,
For the
we wouldn't
they
get
said,
that.
Listen, we're going to do what we promised. If the rest don't do it, it's on them. In 2024, they'll pay the price.
If we are there doing something effective that people can see would actually be what people want, like 62% of the nation want to close the border, 62%. And if they put something forth that would close the border, and we're seeing the White House and Democrats
Congress can't do it by themselves.
They can't, but if we are seeing that it is being rejected by Democrats out of hand,
right?
Then we go into 2024 with a new leadership, actually getting leadership in this country.
And that's not McCarthy or the Republicans' fault.
That they have an influence on that. They have
So
a
when you
direct
say
influence.
effective, when I think effective, I mean pass laws, get laws passed that help things, i.e., the immigration. Well, they could be effective and not have any effect at all because they don't have the authority.
Yeah, they do. One,
No, they can raise hell, but they can't make the executive execute the laws.
uh, one, they can. It's called funding. They just cut funding, but we're seeing
But can the House just cut funding without the Senate?
no.
So that's a moot point.
Again, it's an attempt. I'm not saying that they can that the effectiveness is the attempt, that they have a solid piece of legislation that makes sense and they attempt to get it through. If it is stopped,
Yeah, you and I both know they could come out with the simplest written immigration policy that a non-lawyer could read and understand perfectly. And the Democrats in the Senate and in the Oval Office are going to spin it as all these different things, and half the American people are going to believe the Democrats, and half the American people are going to believe the Republicans, and there you have it.
well, I understand what you mean because, and just to show it, I'm going to show it on the screen because we have that happening right now. Biden, this is going to The Guardian, so I'm going to the United Kingdom. Biden is using a carrot and stick approach to deter migrants that are being met with anger. Here it is.
Yeah, I see the picture.
Before Biden's trip to the U.S. border, this is the first time he has ever been to the border, even though they tried to spin that.
I don't think that's that big of a deal, but this is me.
Well, it's important that he's never gone there. He's only going there now.
That's just for show. But anyway,
he should have been there before now. We've had how many tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of children at the border.
I understand. That's what he has a whole administration and agencies for. Yeah, the president coming there is just for show.
Yeah, but it counts. It counts that he's paying attention.
It depends.
That he's aware of what's going on. And Kamala didn't even go there.
He wouldn't know what was going on unless he came there and looked. They're cleaning up El Paso now. They're taking all the homeless people off the streets. He's not going to get a real look at what it's really like.
They're just moving them around. But
here's
my point. Here's my point. The fact is that he's going there now because he's trying to circle around the Republicans and say he's on top of immigration, just like Kamala is. But here's the part that everyone forgets. This is from NPR. This is April 20th of 2022. That Biden was pushing for lifting Title 42, which we know is going to increase, and we have seen the lines of people trying to get into America when they thought Title 42 was going to be lifted, and he was pushing for this. So right now he's trying to say that he's against Title 42, that he is trying to close the border, but this is the same man that just 9 months ago was saying he wants to keep the border open and make it even more open.
And I mentioned in the video that's coming out tomorrow, these guys are like 2-year-olds. You walk in the kitchen and their kid's mouth is covered with chocolate. And you say to him, and there's crumbs all over. You say, "Did you eat chocolate chip cookies?" And he says, "No." "Did we get chocolate over your face? Did you eat them?" "No." And that's the way they are. They just say no when it's incredibly obvious they lied. And the Democrat side believes them. They don't care.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. We have to highlight that. This is what McCarthy's there to do. To highlight that you are a liar.
Yeah, and in a smaller way, you and I do that too.
Yes. But that's what...
Of course, he has a lot more impact than we do, but...
That's why he has to do it. And I don't think he has the leadership to do that.
But to be fair, though, I'm just talking to you now, because it's you and I talking. When McCarthy puts all this stuff in and all these bills pass, and nothing gets done, don't be critical and say, well, he knew nothing would get done is why he did it. I mean, you can't have it both ways.
I don't.
Just want to make sure, because a lot of people will do that.
No, I'm consistent. And if I'm not, I'm sure you're watching the show, you'll call me out. And I deserve to be called out if I did that. But if he's doing his job, which is pointing this out and providing an alternative that the public supports, then I think that is effective. That is good for America.
Just wanted to tell you, we'll be back shortly. Welcome.
Sorry. There we go. Thank you for correcting me on that. You know, I
Not that
think
I want to, not that I want to see your face.
you're funny, but you know, I think that's effective, and I think public pressure. Again, 62% of Americans want this. Therefore,
Yeah, but they say that those polls are meaningless, and I'll tell you why. Same people in different polls saying, "What is your rating of Congress?" And it's like lower. The one guy say they have a lower opinion than cockroaches, 17% or whatever the heck it is. Then you turn around and ask me, "What do you think of your congressional member?" And it's in the 70s and 80s. So I mean, the hypocrisy is everywhere. I mean, so 62% want this. When you go to push comes to shove, you want your representative. You're going to vote for the D no matter what, and you don't care if they eat children for lunch. You don't care. Those polls are worthless.
you know what? Maybe they are, but that's the numbers that are out right now.
Now, if you said that if a Democrat changed immigration laws and you were a Democrat, you would probably be in the 80s. But if a Republican changed immigration law, it'd be in the 15s and 20s.
I can't help that. I can only say that we need effective law.
Yeah, but if you know the polls are worthless, then we shouldn't even go back on them for evidence.
Well, I don't know how effective those polls are. It's somewhat true. It's somewhat accurate. And yes, the polls will change depending on how the news media wants to spin it. But when I see a consistently, for multiple months, that the polls are all trending towards the same thing, to some degree, this is a reality. Now, it may not be 62%. It could be 80%. It could be 40%. There is a...
I'll give you the classic example. When Trump was president, you saw a lot of PragerU videos where they were asking questions on college campuses. I'm sure you've seen a bunch of those.
Yeah.
And what they would do, they would pull the switcheroo. They would read the policy, but they would put Obama's name in it. And like 99% thought it was wonderful. Then they turned around and said it was Trump. If they had said Trump at the beginning, they would have been against it. And that's the reality.
Yeah, I get that.
So I want the border closed, and I want border immigration. I want the laws fixed. Well, who would say no to that? Hardly anybody. But then who's going to change it? Who's going to change the laws and make the rules? It depends what letters in front of their name, which way you're going to go.
It has a lot to do with the spin in the media. Again, that's where we come in because we're
I'm
the
hoping
media.
we're not just wasting our time.
I don't think we are, but I think we need to impress upon Kevin McCarthy and the other Republicans that they can't just be establishment, stand in the mud, do nothing, and say that, we're great.
Give him a few weeks, and we'll see what he does. It, what do they call the taste is in the eating? We're going to see. I don't like to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. I feel like Charlie Brown, the football, to be honest with you.
And by the way, Tina agrees with you. Tina is watching the program, and she says that she was proud of the fight for the leadership, and she wishes that the Senate would do that. And then we've got the rhino McConnell, who does the same old nothing.
Oh, that's being kind. Seeing as a rhino is actually being kind.
That's being, we're on the public media, but
this guy would rather be the minority leader in the Senate than the majority leader in the Senate because MAGA people weren't in there.
I understand. But Tina says she's agreeing with you, that she thinks that, and maybe I'm out of touch. I could be wrong. Maybe a lot of people think McCarthy did a great job of showing leadership by sticking in there for 15 times. I think that this was an example of a parliament out of the UK or maybe even France or Italy. It was a sideshow.
You mean like a parliamentary setup where you've got okay, I got you.
Yeah, and I think this was a joke. It was a circus. It looked bad internationally and nationally.
Well, is the glass half full or half empty? Maybe this shows McCarthy's determination and grit, and he'll go through and get a lot of crappy media and get pounded to death and still stick to his principles. So it depends how you look at it.
It depends on what he does about it.
Right. So
and you know what made me feel a lot better? And this was brought up by The Hill. The GOP, what's the backroom deals that were cut? This is coming from Nancy Mace, who I love Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace was fantastic. I've shown the video of her talking to the Texas Democrats about why they left Texas. and they're like, oh, we want to protect black people from voting. And it turns out, well, for the people who don't, and when you look at the video of her talking to them, it turns out that the actual numbers are 2% difference. The difference between the number of people who are registered to vote in Texas that are black or white, and the difference in the number of people who actually go out and vote, whether you're black or white, the difference is 2%. That's it. There is no problem with voting in Texas, and she pointed it out.
Mike, that is since when does that stuff have to do with reality?
The fact is that Nancy Mace pointed that out. She made it clear for the entire public. It totally destroyed the lie from Democrats, which is why they dropped that story.
Destroyed the lie to people that knew it was a lie. It did not destroy the lie to people that didn't know it was a lie.
It did work because those Democrats, after that congressional hearing with Nancy Mace, went back to Texas and they got back to their jobs. So she was effective.
Well, I think it was kind of like D20 in the House. They made their point. They pushed it as far as they could. There were legal ramifications for them if they didn't show up. So, and they still got paid to go on vacation.
Well, we have a different way of looking at what was effective in that process. I think Nancy Mace was very effective. And Nancy Mace is the same one who's now saying that she's nervous about the backroom deals. And if she, as a Republican, is saying that there are backroom deals with a small faction, and they were cutting these deals with nobody knowing exactly what was offered and what was promised, I have a problem. That's dangerous for America.
Well, no, because the Freedom Caucus, 99.9% of what they believe, and I believe in. So I as a citizen, I have zero issue.
I always have an issue when there is a secret deal happening. I didn't like it when they did it with Obamacare. I don't like it that they're doing it now.
I get that part. But a part of what I'm trying to say is name one Speaker of the House since the first Speaker under George Washington that didn't make a deal to get the speakership. Name one.
You know what? There's big deals and there's little deals. Like, yes, every speaker has some deal that they make for some vote. I'm going to favor your state. You're going to get some extra pork barrel spending in your state. Okay, well, I get that.
The earmark stuff they're getting rid of, supposedly, I shouldn't say all of it, but the bulk of it.
Well, they always promise that. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
That's why I'm encouraged by the fact that you can call the speaker to task and have him vacated and do a public vote. That was part of the list of the 10 demands, which I was impressed about.
I understand. And I will be impressed if that is actually what is going to happen. But I'll be impressed when it happens, not until then. But
the only thing that I don't like is if they retaliated against the 20.
I don't like that there has to be these every time we have these major deals that are affecting America, that they go to backroom deals that are never spoken about in the public, that we have no idea what they're giving away for this. Whether it's, okay, we'll allow the spending cap, but we're going to give you this instead. It's what are they negotiating? What is it about America?
When the bill comes, you'll see.
That's a bit too late. That's too late. That's my point. We should know about this because when are they going to tell us? After 2024? Are they going to tell us after we can't vote them out anymore? It's like what they did.
You'll find out long before 2024. That's for certain.
We would hope so, but that's not always the case.
Well, no, don't think for a minute that if a Republican congressman got an extra road done or a park or a building done with a grant as a favor for doing something, that the Democrat side of the mainstream media wouldn't be all over it. It'll get out. You can't hide anything anymore, at least not nearly as long as you used to.
Well, and yet they get to hide the Biden laptop for 2 years. That they're hiding the 400 FBI charges.
I'm talking about hiding it for the American people.
I'm talking about the same thing. There's 400 charges. Hang on. There are 400 charges pending on Hunter Biden right now that have been sitting with the FBI for 6 months, and Merrick Garland will do nothing. There are Hang on. There are 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan over a year, what is it, a year and a half, 18 months, that are still in Afghanistan, abandoned by Biden. There are 10,000 Americans in Ukraine that are abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration, the White House, right this second. So yeah, they're hiding stuff.
If it was being hidden, then how do you know?
It's hidden from the mainstream public. I know a lot of stuff that the average person doesn't know.
No, the Hunter Biden laptop was hidden as far as the nuts and bolts of it. The part I'm talking about when you say hidden is during the election. They only needed to hide it, at least the American people, that there was existence of a laptop and it was real, was for 3 or 4 months. That's all they really hid it.
There's still 30% of Americans who don't know that the laptop is real.
I understand that. That's the fallout from the election and them saying it was fake and it didn't exist. Now that it's proven that it exists, those 30-odd% still believe it's fake.
That's a different question. But
that's my point.
No, that's a different question.
Hiding something, you know, if I go to hide the passcode to my computer somewhere, I'm going to hide it forever. Until I want to get it back. But you can hide something only temporarily in politics, just long enough to get use out of it.
And then, longer than that, and then you have people who deny it's real because it doesn't fit with their ideology. But when we're talking about, if you go out and ask people, did we get everyone out of Afghanistan? Today they will tell you, yeah, we got everyone. Maybe 10% of people will say, oh, well, we got everyone except 100 people, because they'll remember what the lie that Biden said on national TV. What they won't realize is that there have been over 900 Americans since that time that have come back. So his initial 100 number was a lie. And we know there's 5,000 more still waiting to come.
Yeah.
So these are lies. And when I say it's hidden, it's not that, this information isn't available, that you can't find it. It's that the average
just
person will never find it.
5 officers died on January 6th. That's also a lie.
Well, yeah, that's a massive lie. Never happened.
But the half of the people that want to believe it will believe it, and the half that don't know it's not true, and that will never change. People are so dug in now. The kid with the cookie. I didn't eat the cookie when it's obvious he did. It doesn't matter anymore what the truth is because they're dug in.
I think it does matter what the truth is, and I think
not to them.
There's always 20-30% that are going to never believe anything.
You're being
I
generous.
don't care. There's 24%. There's 24% of the people who still think that the moon landing was fake. Fantastic. There's a growing number of people who think the Earth is flat. I can't help that. That's fine. I'm not trying to deal with those people because they are immutable. If you think the Earth is flat, and I think there's like 6 or 7% who believe that, I can't help you.
Democrats are part of the vast majority of Democrats. I would say above 85% are in a cult. It's that bad.
I understand. It is very bad. But
now there's some cult members on the right, but it's a tiny percent. I doubt if it's 10. But that's the problem. People, what's the meme that I saw the other day? They want to hear what comes out of your mouth is what they believe. And that's not going to change. And that was brilliantly done, I might add, by taking over all the school districts, the universities, and the mainstream media, while the Republicans stood by with their thumbs in their behinds and said, what? Well, now comes the price to pay.
Yeah.
And now we have to live through that price. And hopefully it turns around. We're talking 5, 10, 15 years before this turns around.
Well, here's a question. Dal asks, and I want to let you answer this, and then I want to go back to letting other people respond.
Sure.
But Dal asks you specifically, so what's the point? Take the black pill and what? Plant claymores in the front yard, fortify the property, and yell at all comers, get off my lawn?
Okay, well, give me an alternative.
The alternative is...
That's the thing, yeah, but when you complain about something and say something's wrong, if you don't have an alternative that's better, then save your complaint.
I do have something that's better.
I'm talking about that person.
Well, Dal has offered many, so read through the comments. He has many.
No, I'm just talking about that comment in particular.
Well, that comment in particular is made in context. So let me give the context. that Dal has made many suggestions about different people who
Well, I
may.
didn't see who it was. I just saw the comment. I can't see who it is.
I understand. That's why I'm letting you know, so that you can look back on the comments, and if you want to respond to him directly, that's fine. It's not a personal attack. He's not
Oh, okay.
attacking you
See, no,
personally.
I had it on. I had it on full screen.
Yeah, Dal isn't attacking you personally. He's
No, I know Dal. I know who he is. We conversed many times.
right, and I'm just letting everybody know. So I understand the context of what he's saying here, and he's saying that there is an alternative. I believe the alternative of having a more transparent, a more effective, and more efficient government, or even the attempt
Those
of
are
that.
just
Hang on.
Those are
Hang
that's a
on.
sound bite.
Hang on.
That's a
John,
sound bite.
John, let me finish, John. I believe those things, even if they are incapable of being done, that they are attempted, provides for a stronger, more cohesive, and a better government and a better nation. These things have consequences. It sends a signal around the world and within our nation. It changes our course. If it doesn't stop us from going further to the left, it might even retreat that a little bit in the next generation or two. We need this on a long-term basis, because what we have now is rampant, ineffective, leaderless government that is driving us further and further towards socialism and getting us less and less respected around the world, as I was showing about with what's happening with North Korea, Southeast Asia. I want to talk about Iran, Germany.
Michael, 50% of the people don't give a damn. They believe what they believe, and you can prove everything in the world to them, and it will not change their mind one iota. That's a fact.
I don't believe that. I believe that.
Well,
hang
right
on.
now,
Hang on.
But the last election proved you wrong.
John, hang on. No, I think that reasonable people, when provided with, when I say reasonable, I mean the independents that make up 40% of America. 40% of Americans are independents. And if you give them the information and
That's
allow,
not true.
hang on. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is the numbers.
Just because you say it is doesn't make it true.
I'm going off of every poll that's been done in America
All
over
those
the
polls
last
that we know
25
are all
years.
garbage. That are all garbage that we don't listen to. We got no place else to go. You mean those polls?
Again, the polls done over 25 years in a row, consistently showing us, with some variance, it's somewhere between 38 to 47% of all Americans identify as independent, neither Republican or Democrat.
Which means they're open-minded. It means they're open-minded.
More open-minded than most others. Yes.
So whenever you ask anybody in a poll, whether it be a progressive a Democrat or a conservative Republican, are you open-minded? Do you think they're going to say no?
Some people will.
No,
You know what?
hardly any. That's the point. So that number is skewed. Nobody wants to admit they're not open-minded. They're open-minded to their own thoughts and their own ideas, and that's all.
I think there is room in this conversation, or any conversation about government, that the more information that you provide that is open and clear, that people are able to see it, that they will make a decision based on what is their best interest, both for them and for the nation. And the more apparent we have that, and the better leadership we have for that, the better it is for everyone, domestic and international.
I'll leave you with this. Some had suggested when you go in to vote that you take away the R and the D or whatever party it is, and it's the person's name. 90% of the people wouldn't have a clue who to vote for. They don't even know the person's name they're voting for. All they care about is the letter in front of their name. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about transparency. There's still people that believe all kinds of crap about Trump. It's just they're always going to believe it no matter what. They don't care. You have more faith in the average person than I do. In the last 4 or 5 years, unfortunately, I hate to admit this, has proven me right, and you have no idea how badly I want to be wrong.
Well, we have our differences, of course, but I agree with you on
I have
many
faith in the
things.
system. I just don't have faith in people.
I understand that. And I have difficulty with that as well, which is why it's so important to have these conversations and to have
you and
these
I
differences.
are trying to get out, and I said that the other day in an interview. I said, I've done hundreds and hundreds of videos, and so have you.
Thousands.
If we only change hearts and minds of 5 people, that's 5 more than when I started. I don't like it's only 5, but I can live with it.
Yeah, it's 5 more, and then you get 5, and I get 5, and
Yeah.
dozen other people who are doing this.
This is why we do the things we do, because we know we're pounding our head against the concrete wall, but we keep on doing it because the alternative is worse.
Yeah, and slowly but surely we can get a difference.
I'll just leave it at that. I just don't have as much faith in the younger people, in the cult members. I mean, Tim Pool calls them the city urban liberal types. There's just too many.
Yeah, but I don't count those as independents. Those are indoctrinated
No, but
troops.
they count as voters. They count who wins primaries.
They do.
They count for all those things. And then the independents, that's just people saying, I'm fed up with both of them. But they still have their own ideologies that they have set. They just don't tell you about.
True, but I find more in my personal experience.
We're in a closed primary state, so independents can't vote in primaries in New York.
Well, yeah, New York's a bad example of that.
Well, I know closed primaries, it's just 50-50 on that one. I mean, do you want a bunch of Democrats picking a Republican candidate if there's a lot of Democrats in that state? I mean, to be fair.
No, there's a lot of arguments for and against, but New York's a bad example.
But what I mean is that people say, I'm independent. Well, big deal. I don't care. I really don't care. It's what you believe in and what comes out of your mouth that I care about.
Yeah. All right.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But I wanted to leave this. Give McCarthy a chance. I don't like the guy at all. But we have to give him a chance. We have to be there, Lucy, and we're Charlie Brown, and we're going to see if she pulls the football out again this time.
No, I'll be fair to him. I will be fair to him. If he succeeds, if he's successful, if he's even as successful in the attempt, I will give him all the credit that he should get. And if he screws up, I'll nail him for it.
If even 2/3 of those demands out of the 10 that they had go in, that's a big positive. Huge positive.
That would be a very huge positive. And again, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying I have reservations and I want to see what he's going to do.
I think he's going to do the right thing, but for the wrong reasons.
Quite possibly.
And that I can live with.
Quite possibly, yeah.
We'll put it this way: he does it because he has to, not because he wants to.
Yeah.
And that's good too.
Can be, yeah. Well, let's see what everyone else has to say.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't see the beginning of the show, and I saw you on, so I thought I'd call in and bug you.
Hey, I always love it when you respond. Always.
All right, dude.
All right, thank you.
Be well, everybody, and Dal, don't take it personally.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
I know he does. We talk all the time on my channel, so.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, yeah, just we'll do a little self-promotion here. I got a two-parter coming out tomorrow. It's on a spot with Tucker Carlson talking about the January 6th and how the young lady that was murdered, mother got arrested.
Ashley Babbitt's
some of
mother.
The other stuff, yeah.
I did a video on that.
Some of the other stuff. It's a good piece by Tucker, and I do my critique. There's so much information, I put it in 2 parts.
Yeah, I covered it on Friday.
Yeah.
And you may have seen that video talking about
All
her.
right.
All right. But definitely people can go to Cordisco's Corner and they'll be able to see that.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, John.
All right. Take care, everybody.
All right. So, folks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, just like you've heard John, you too can call in with your thoughts. Whether you agree with me, whether you disagree with me, it's perfectly fine. Whether you're a Democrat, a Libertarian, a conservative, a Republican, if you have a different point of view, or if you have the same point of view, it's perfectly fine. I want to hear your voice. This is a conversation with you. If you're overseas and you think that the McCarthy event was more like a parliamentary circus, fine. If you think I'm wrong, that's cool too. I'm happy to see that. Sunflower. We have someone called Sunflower who just joined in. Said no CC, no closed captioning. That's afterwards. I don't do it live. I apologize, Sunflower. But there will be captioning afterwards. So let me just send that message out. Give me a second, folks. Just in case people didn't know, we do translate. We've been translating our program after the fact, after the live show. And our videos, we're translating them as well into English. Let's see, it's in English, it's in Spanish, German, Japanese, Dutch, and something else. Something that I'm forgetting. But we have about 5 or 6 languages that we translated into afterwards, so people around the world can see it a little bit easier. Spanish, these are the main languages around the world. We got Spanish, German, Japanese, English. I think there's 2 others that we go with. Korean and there's another language. I forget. But we go through and we translate them so that people are able to hear them and to see closed captioning for themselves on that. So Sunflower, I'm sorry that it's not live. Going further. So we talked about a lot of things with John, and you are more than happy. I saw many of the comments, Tina, Dow, many others were commenting as John and I were having this conversation, Cordisco's Corner and I. And I think we have similar thought at the end of the day. But I want to hear what you have to. Do you have confidence in McCarthy? I'd have more confidence if he went 3 votes and won. He went 15. That makes me feel less confident. And I think it sends a message around the world that there is less leadership in America that's going to be coming in 2023 and 2024. I think it signals that we are going to see a deadlock in Congress, that we're going to see a bunch of investigations that will go nowhere, and that we will not see any. And when I say we're not going to see any motion, it's not that I expect that McCarthy is going to come up with a border bill, a southern border bill, that will suddenly change everything, that illegal immigration will end, that we will close the border. I do not think that's going to pass. I don't think the Democrats in the Senate, nor do I think that Joe Biden will do that. But what I do think will happen is that we will see that they will make the attempt, which will help to grow the voices of individuals who are being suppressed on YouTube, on social media, in the public, to be able to come out and say, no, I agree, we should close the borders, that this is a problem. It is a problem to our national security, to our economy. It is important to international relations. So I think that's all in there. I think that's why we need that attempt. Maybe I'm wrong. And I think we need strength in that attempt. And we need to see Kevin McCarthy has a hurdle in front of him. He has to do something immediately to show strength, to show that he has this sense of conviction behind him, that he's going to do something. It's not enough to go and have another January 6th committee that's going to say the exact opposite of the Democrats' version of their television show that omitted most of the actual evidence that is existing in the world. Which is why on January 6th, the mother of Ashley Babbitt, which we covered on this program, the mother of Ashley Babbitt, we were talking about this, I'll show you, and you can see this for yourself. She was arrested, Ashley Babbitt's mom. And Ashley Babbitt's mom has absolutely every reason in the world to be pissed off. Her daughter was killed unnecessarily. And I show in the video, I show you the actual difference of the videos that were sent by CNN, which was edited down so that you don't see that Capitol Police had control of the room that Ashley Babbitt was in. I actually can show you the evidence that the January 6th committee did not want you to see, that had the Capitol Police officers standing in front of the door that Ashley Babbitt would be shot at, that they had control of the room, and that they left the room after being told to walk away. This video comes from NBC, and I have the link to it. I show the link to it. And I have the link in the description, which tells you that they had this. This is NBC that put this out a year after the fact, that show that they've always known that those Capitol Police officers had control of the room. They walked away, and Ashley Babbitt was specifically pointed out to be shot and killed, and it never needed to happen. So Ashley Babbitt's mother, quite honestly, she had every reason to protest, to go out and have her voice heard. And yes, she was correctly arrested because she was in the middle of the road as she was protesting, something that, even Democrats get arrested sometimes for doing the same thing, as we show in that video. But unlike the rest of them, like the people who were arrested for January 6th, unlike Ashley Babbitt's mother, what we're going to see is the charges aren't going to be dropped on her, and I think they should be. The same way that the Colbert Show had their employees arrested for the same crimes as the people of January 6th, and they were released, the same way that BLM, when they closed down the George Washington Bridge and their charges were dropped, the same way that the people who went into Rochester, New York, rioting and destroying businesses had the charges dropped, the same way that the autonomous zones across this country, 12 different autonomous zones in this country, including in Atlanta that killed a child, including in Portland that killed a child, those charges were dropped. Overwhelmingly, tens of thousands of charges just dropped, walked away. And that was okay because those were people on the left. But Ashley Babbitt's mother, they're going to charge her with everything they can because she was grieving that her daughter was killed unnecessarily. You can see the entire video for yourself. I put it out on Friday. I think it's important that we have that conversation because that's wrong. Her mother should be released in the same way that BLM and Antifa and the autonomous zone people were all let go. Like Colbert Show and his staff were let go. Let her mom go. Her mom has a reason to protest. That's what I think about that. Since it came up, I did want to bring that up and cover that. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think I'm wrong about Ashley Babbitt's mother. Maybe you think I'm wrong about whether or not she should be arrested. And I'll leave the question here for everyone. Hang on, let me type it out. What do you think? Do you think that Ashley Babbitt's mother should be released and the charges dropped? Or should she be convicted of protesting in the middle of a street and not obeying the commands of the Capitol police officers, the very same people who were responsible for killing her daughter? And by the way, as I mentioned in the video, Ashley Babbitt was correctly arrested. She wasn't jaywalking and got arrested. She was in the middle of the street protesting and she got arrested. There was no permit. She was in the middle of the street. She was obstructing the flow of traffic. She was arrested. That is a crime. I have no problem with that. My problem is that she's going to be charged and she shouldn't be. She shouldn't be charged any more than the BLM protesters, the Antifa protesters. I think she should be released. I think she has a just cause for her protest. And I think that her individual action is equal to, if not greater than, what we saw with BLM and Antifa. And around the nation, tens of thousands of them were released. In fact, some people that were released, like with Danny Glover, going out and bailing out convicted violent criminals who then went out and committed murder. Ashley Babbitt is not a murder risk. She's not someone that threatens or is threatening to the safety of the public. I think she should be released based on the same reasoning that BLM and Antifa have for getting their people released. And her case is better than their cases. If the rules are all the same, she should be released. But I don't think she will be. Tina says absolutely released. They will throw the book at her because they lost against Trump with the J6 Commission. Dow says she should be released in the name of consistency with the peaceful protests, the peaceful, put that in quotes, peaceful protests that were not convicted after being detained. That is exactly what I said on Friday, and I agree with both of you. This is a witch hunt. This is retribution. This is to silence people and to not let the true story out. It is being hidden from you. It's available. I showed you I have the video a year after the initial video from that everyone uses, that the J6 committee used to try and convince you that Ashley Babbitt was doing something outrageous. And then I show the video from NBC that almost no one has seen, that NBC released, that actually has the 1 minute before Ashley Babbitt gets shot, that shows the Capitol Police under complete control in that room. That they didn't have to have anything that happened because the Capitol Police, with their police officers in riot gear and M4 rifles, all of them walked away so that that Capitol Police officer could shoot Ashley Babbitt. That is a fact. It is on video. It is incontrovertible. It doesn't matter whether you're left or right leaning. That is a fact. Video evidence shows that. And when we see the video in full, not the initial video that was put out by NBC on January 9th, where they selectively cut the video, but showing 1 minute before she gets shot, that video, which they released a year after the fact with much less fanfare and no discussion, shows that she was unfairly and unjustly killed. So I think she should be released. If you go to, Tina asks, where can you find that video? If you go to YouTube under the No Soundbites Allowed channel, it was released on Friday. It's up on the channel right now, and you can look at that. And in the description, we have links to the NBC videos, both videos, the one that was released on January 9th and the video that was released a year afterwards that shows the full. It's a 3-minute video versus the one they showed on January 9th of 2021, which was about 57 seconds. There's a big difference between 57 seconds out of context and 3 minutes in context. And I walk through that. So you can see that there. And please do share it to people as I walk through the whole thing and show explicitly how the Capitol Police were on the scene. And that's why I think this is wrong, and Ashley Babbitt's mother has every reason to protest, and why more Americans should be paying attention, because the January 6th Commission didn't show that. They didn't put it in context. They continued to lie to people about what was happening that moment. And they keep trying to lie about, oh, there were 5 police officers that died. They didn't. 4 Americans died. One woman, Roseanne Boyland, was beaten to death while unconscious by a Capitol Police officer as she laid on the ground, unconscious. And there's video of that. January 6th Commission didn't show that. They don't want you to think about that. Yeah, they want you to believe that some police officer died that day. Didn't happen. So that's very upsetting to me. And I think that's part of what we need McCarthy for, to set the record straight, to put things into context. We have Biden, as I mentioned before, and I showed before, Biden is now, as being reported by The Guardian, is more than happy to say, well, Biden has a plan for illegal immigration. Remember, it was supposed to be Kamala Harris who has a plan for illegal immigration. It was Kamala Harris in February of 2021, who was put in charge as the Southern Border Czar, who showed up to one meeting, since the day that she was put in charge of the southern border. She showed up to one meeting. That's it. And she's had no impact. And since that day, 5 million illegal aliens entered the United States. 6 terrorists were caught trying to commit acts of terrorism in the United States since the time that Kamala Harris was put in charge of the southern border. She is ineffective. In fact, she's counterproductive. She makes things worse. And here's The Guardian telling you that this is great. Edward Rios, who wrote the article on today, it was released today, he's coming out and he's saying, well, Biden has this great plan and he's going to fix this. And it's because of Title 42 and he's going to keep that in place. He's going to make sure that we reduce the number of people coming into America. And yet they ignore the fact that just 9 months earlier, Joe Biden said he wants to flood America with more illegal aliens, that he was more than willing to get rid of Title 42 and allow the illegal aliens in, that he has absolutely no plan to help America. And these are the things that we need Kevin McCarthy to point out. Mr. Biden, which one is it? Are you trying to get rid of Title 42 or are you trying to enforce it? Are you trying to close the border or are you trying to keep it open? Are you trying to have meetings and discussions or are you trying to just blow past it? Because Kamala Harris seems to have interpreted Joe Biden's plan as don't talk about it, don't do anything, let it go away. Just let it go away. And if there's kids that are at the border, we'll just ship them into, where was it? It was in Tennessee. We're going to ship them over to Tennessee. We're going to ship them into New York State. We're going to ship them around the country and hide them from the public so people don't realize how big a problem it is. So that New York City is going to ask for $1 billion to spend $60,000 a year on the illegal aliens that they tell you don't exist. That it isn't a problem, that they have a plan, that Joe Biden's on this for the first time ever. He's never been to the border, ever. Remember that lie? When was Joe Biden at the border? Well, he drove past the border once. 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he drove past the border. That's when he went to visit the border. No, he drove past it. He was driving. You know, I drove past New Jersey. I drove past Newark in New Jersey one time, going down to southern Jersey. I've never been to Newark. I drove past Newark. It was one time I traveled across country on a bus, went from California to New York. I drove through Little Rock, Arkansas. I've never been to Little Rock, Arkansas. I drove through it. You know what? Driving through it isn't the same thing as being there. I drove through Austin. Never been to Austin, drove through it. According to Joe Biden, that counts as me being in Austin, being in Little Rock, being in Newark. I'm sorry, we need to call him out for these lies, and we need to do that publicly with the power of the speaker so that we can improve our government and say, that's not transparency, Joe Biden. That's not leadership. That's deception. The very thing that you said in this disinformation governance board, what they should be targeting, that you are being deceptive, that you are lying to the public. You have never been to the border, and this is going to be the first time ever, and that you have not put forth a plan that will help people because you're so busy trying to deceive them. That's what we need to see from the 118th Congress. That's what we need to see from Joe Biden. Dow says, January 6th memorial was about the Capitol officers we lost with nothing but disdain for dirty insurrectionists, in quotes, goes to show you how they want to elevate the means of their power enforcement. Again, if we look at the actual videos, and there's 40,000 hours of video that has not been released to the public. None of the Capitol police officers have been publicly investigated or investigated by anyone except the Capitol Police because they are only accountable to Congress. And here's something else that Kevin McCarthy can do. Here's something that the 118th Congress can do. Publish the investigation of the Capitol Police on January 6th. Give daylight, give the public access or information about that investigation. Who held the investigation? How long was the investigation? What did they ask him? What evidence did they look at that said that the Capitol police officer that killed Ashley Babbitt actually was justified. What was his justification? Why? Who told the Capitol Police officers that were in protecting that door to walk away? To tell the police officers with their bulletproof vests and their riot gear and the M4 rifles, who was the one who told them all to leave? Who gave that order? And who gave the order to shoot at unarmed American citizens? Who was the one who gave that order? Where's the internal investigation on that? I want to see, if Kevin McCarthy wants me to believe that he's trying to do everything he can do, he's in charge of the Capitol Police now. Release that information. Give us that information. He can do it. He's in charge of the Capitol Police now, not Nancy Pelosi. He can tell them to release that information. Do you think it's going to happen? I don't. Dow mentions that we've talked about the transport of illegal aliens illicitly all over the country as trafficking by the Biden administration, but Veritas and Elisa on Twitter blew it off the roof. I know. But this is something that I've been talking about for over a year. And I've pointed out that many times. We have several videos about the illegal transporting at midnight of children across this country. We have a couple of videos on that. And it's something that is not national news. They don't want it to be because they want to hide it. And that's what we need McCarthy to do. If he wants to really say he's going to do something about illegal immigration, point out that we are transporting illegally at great cost to the American citizen all these illegal aliens, shipping them all across the country, which is causing crime and it is causing an outbreak of disease. Not because the illegal aliens are dirty, but the fact is there has been a 1,000% increase in measles and mumps out of Venezuela, as Venezuelans have been running from their country, as they have been trying to get to anywhere else but Venezuela because socialism doesn't work and the socialist government is killing their own people and starving their own people. They have been leaving. These are numbers from the CDC itself. Look it up if you would like. We did an article on that in 2019. According to the CDC, there has been a 1,000% increase in measles and mumps because of people leaving Venezuela. And they're coming to America. The number one group of people trying to enter the United States illegally are Venezuelans, which means they're coming in and bringing measles and mumps with them because their country failed, because their country is falling apart. Both the health system, every aspect of life in Venezuela has fallen apart. So these people aren't intentionally bringing the diseases with them. They don't really have a choice. It's because their government, their socialist government, failed. And as a consequence, they have these diseases that are now with them and spreading because they are spreading. McCarthy needs to address that. He needs to talk about that to let people know. I think that's absolutely important. I think these are the things that he can do that would make a difference. And I think if more people knew this evidence from the government itself, from the CDC, from the WHO, telling us about the problems of the socialist government of Venezuela, the reason why we stopped doing business with them, which now is no longer a problem because Joe Biden needs oil. So he started doing business with Venezuela, even though they're killing their own people, even though disease is rampant in Venezuela, even though the people are starving in Venezuela. He's working with the Venezuelan government because he wants oil. We need to call that out. If the 118th is going to be effective, these are the things they need to talk about. And if we start doing that, I tell you, if we call these things out and we say we will not accept that, we will have less people at our border. We will be able to control it more. And the rest of the world will see that and say, there's some kind of leadership in America. Maybe we don't want to fire off 73 missiles in a year. Maybe we don't want to fly drones at allies, at over the heads of the leaders of allies of the United States. Maybe we don't want to threaten Japan. Just maybe. Now, again, folks, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear your comments. If you happen to be a progressive and you're hearing this and you're going, that's all wrong, fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Tell me your evidence, and I will be happy to hear it. If you say, oh, Mike, I don't agree with all that, that's fine. You don't have to agree with all of it. If you want evidence, I have the videos, I have the links. I will show you the evidence that supports everything that I have said. Because I've been saying this stuff for years. It's not new. I've got the evidence. In fact, again, here it is. When I was talking about the red flag legislation, here's all 8,000 plus words with 150 different sources that I used that is available for you. You can look it up on the internet to see how I was able to say in 2018 exactly what a judge said in 2022, at the end of 2022. How red flag laws are ineffective and unconstitutional. And every reason why, and all the evidence that proves it. And when I say that Kamala Harris is absolutely ineffective, I want you to see this. Anyone can do this. And Made of Rubber, I will get to your comment in just 1 second. Give me a moment. But anyone can do this. Here is Google. And I'm doing a Google search on Kamala Harris. And as you can see right this second, there is no conversation about her actually doing anything. But let me refresh it live with you right now. And this is on news. This is the most current news as reported by Google in its search engine. Twitter explodes after Biden refers to Kamala Harris as president. That has nothing to do with Kamala Harris or the job she's doing. Kamala Harris once again visits a South Side icon after a speech in Chicago. She's talking to a bunch of Democrats. Big deal. Biden refers to her as president. Political correctness could cost Democrats the White House. She's not an effective person, and just because she's a woman and she's a woman of color is not a reason to vote for her. Biden flubs calling her president. Biden's going to the border, not Kamala. Kamala reveals Biden's 2023 priorities includes inflation and job growth. Remember, inflation wasn't real. We were told that all through 2020. Everything's fine. The economy's doing great. You just don't understand. Now it's inflation. We have to worry about inflation and job growth. I thought the economy was good. I thought jobs were good. Isn't that what they told us in 2022? Well, on this channel, we've been saying since February of 2020, actually February of 2021, that the economy is going to hell. And it is. And now they're saying, oh, well, it might be a little bit of a problem. No, it's a major problem. Let me go to, we have a comment from Made of Rubber. Made of Rubber, thank you for being on the program. Thank you for watching. They say, because I think this is the first time you've been with us. Made of Rubber says, the American Indians and reservations have demigods below the reservations they communicate with. And when they come out of the ground, you'll be worshiping the American Indian people. Okay, that's interesting. I have no idea what that has to do with anything we've been talking about. And I'm not someone who believes in demigods, nor am I really concerned about whether or not these fictional individuals show up. So, if suddenly beings come out of the ground and are powerful, you're either on LSD watching Lord of the Rings, or we've been transported to another world and video games are real. I just don't count that as being serious. I'm sorry. That's just not serious. So, and Tina mentions that locally in the Southern Tier, you can go to Post 80, which is at 76 Main Street in Binghamton, where the Americans for the Restoring of the Constitution, otherwise known as the AFRTC, will be showing 2,000 mules. which has been a very controversial program, a movie, and it has a lot of information. And that'll be on January 16th at 7 p.m. And it is free to the public. If you want to see 2,000 Mules, you can go to the American Legion Post 80, which is on Main Street in Binghamton. And I do recommend you go and check that out. I do support the Americans for the Restoration of the Constitution. I do support them. I do support you seeing this movie. So please do check that out. So Kamala Harris, we're talking about Kamala Harris. She's ineffective. And if there's anyone who disagrees with me on that, tell me, what was the last thing that she did? Not even what did she do successfully. What was the last thing she did? When was the last time she did anything with the border? Because the last thing I remember is Kamala Harris didn't go to the second meeting to talk about the southern border. She sent Secretary Mayorkas. She didn't actually show up. She hasn't done anything. And the result has been more people trying to enter the United States than before she actually had the job. That's the effect. She has effectively made it worse because she has no leadership and she hasn't done anything to make the situation better. She did nothing to help anyone. So I don't see her as being effective. And I don't care about whether she runs in 2024 or not. She's useless. And it just highlights of how much of a problem it is because Biden's doing what he told her to do. He gave her the job to go to the border. He gave her the job to try and figure out how to close or reduce the number of illegal aliens at our border. And now Biden's going there because she failed and he has to prop her up to make her look like she did something effective, which never happened. It is a lie. And they're just daring people to say, well, you can't say that because she's a woman, presumably. And she's, a person of color, presumably. Because, she could be trans white. She could be a man. I don't know. Tina says, it's pretty hard to disagree with you when you're pretty spot on most things. I like to think so. And I'm trying to give you the evidence of this. Especially people who disagree, especially people who are progressives. I'm not here to beat you up. I'm here to educate you, to bring up the information that isn't being spoken about. I mean, we could be talking about the funny stuff that's on the rest of the news, Kardashians or something like that. I don't care. The woman who's playing Wednesday in the Netflix show, we could talk about that. I don't care. I don't care about entertainers. I don't care about that aspect. I'm talking about the things that are affecting your life. Because when Kamala Harris is ineffective, in fact, when she is worse than ineffective, when she's counterproductive, that makes you more endangered. Literally, it is endangering your life. Because again, Venezuelans have more cases of mumps and measles because their country has failed. And they are the number one group of people trying to enter America, which means the adults and the children are more likely to transfer mumps and measles to you as they ship these kids and these individuals around the country in the middle of the night illegally, as they enter towns illegally. And they are transmitting these diseases which could cause you to be harmed by that. Separate of the cost that they incur, separate of the fact that they're breaking the law. Just that alone is a danger. Not even talking about the other illegals, like the terrorists that tried to infiltrate our country to assassinate our leaders. Remember, there were 6 of those in 2022. 6. And that's the ones we caught. How many didn't we catch? There were 5 million people that we caught trying to enter America. How many didn't we? And this is at Kamala Harris's feet because she was the one in 2021 who was supposed to get a handle on it. And now we have Joe Biden flipping back and forth with the media covering up the fact that he lied and that he's flip-flopping on this legislation so that Democrats will look good in the next election. I'm sorry, that's not to the benefit of anyone in the world. That's not leadership. That's not something you can count on, which is why we see in South Korea our allies aren't counting on us, as I showed you at the beginning of the show. But it's even worse. German police arrested an Iranian man suspected of planning a chemical terror attack. Gee, Iran is the greatest sponsor of international terror in the world. That is a fact. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is the number one sponsor of international terror around the world. And they help to kill Americans. Now imagine, Germany, an ally of ours now, has many Americans, whether at the military bases or just as civilians working and living as tourists in Germany. If this Iranian was able to get away with what he was trying to do, there are Americans that may have died because of it. So again, we're talking about something international that could affect Americans. And if they're able to do this in Germany, what are they doing in France, which has an open door policy in terms of their immigration? What's happening in the United Kingdom that up until this year had an open door policy letting people in like the United States was doing? How many people like this Iranian, this suspected terrorist, entered into the United States through the open border that Joe Biden and Eric Adams and Greg Newsom, Governor Newsom, have been encouraging? How many? And I want you to understand, this is how messed up our government is, that no one is talking about this. At the same time that we have Iran sending out people to commit acts of terror in Germany, at the same time that Iran is sending out drones, that they have Iranian attack drones that are being used in Ukraine to kill people, that they are funding these to Russia, these attack drones, that the United States government, why is this here? That reportedly the Iran nuclear deal is on the table. The Biden administration is trying to still make the Iran nuclear deal. They don't care. They don't care that Iran is trying to kill people in Germany, in Europe, and possibly Americans with them. They don't care that Iran is sending drones to kill people in the Ukraine that we're spending $100 billion to protect. Because they're still trying to put together a deal that will help Iran, that will give them more money to commit more murders, more terrorism. And I say that because in 2016, then Secretary of State John Kerry admitted on CNBC January of 2016 and admitted to the American public that the funding, the Iran nuclear deal, created more international terror, that the United States was funding global terror because Iran would use the money to increase the amount of global terror around the world. And this is what Joe Biden still wants to do. Iranians are killing their own people. They're putting drones into Russia. They're supporting people to try and commit domestic terrorism in Germany. And we're still trying to make a deal that will give them more money to commit even more global terrorism. Does that make sense to anyone? And this is why I have to show you the links. Because people will say, that doesn't make any sense, Mike. America wouldn't possibly do that. That's not true. But yet, this is news that is coming to us from Politico. This is coming from CNN. This is coming from Israeli Hayom. This is news that is available. They're just not telling you about it. They're not, the news media, social media, do not want to promote this. They are suppressing this. This channel is constantly suppressed because we are showing you the news internationally and showing you, oh, these things are coming because of this. Because the same Biden administration that will lie to you about whether they support Title 42 and whether or not they support opening our border, the same Biden-Harris administration that has been completely ineffective and on the open border and doesn't even want to talk about it, the same Biden-Harris administration that left 5,000 Americans abandoned in Afghanistan to this date, 18 months later, the same Biden administration that for over 9 months has abandoned 10,000 Americans in Ukraine, they're the same American government that is trying to give more money to Iran so that they can say, we have the Iran nuclear deal. Vote for us. We've made the world safer. No, you haven't. You're making it worse. You're making it worse. Even as they say, we support all women. We support the Iranian women. Then why are you still trying to put through a deal? And in case you're wondering, in this article, they go through. They literally asked, where is it? The State Department would not respond to a question on whether there are back-channel talks with Iran on various other forms of deals that are not the full restoration of the Iran nuclear deal. Although the department noted that it has means to communicate with Iran on various issues, this could have been in reference to the humanitarian channels through Switzerland, which have been used to secure the release of Western detainees. The spokesperson refused to say whether these means of communication for humanitarian aid have been used to pursue a possible alternative to the Iran nuclear deal, as written by President Obama. In the past, there have been reports that Joe Biden was considering finalizing a limited version of the Iran nuclear deal. Oh, whoa, what happened? My screen just went crazy. Okay. Where is it? I'm just finding it just flipped out. Oh, here it is. Finalizing a limited version of the Iran nuclear deal that would see a partial sanction relief in exchange for stopping uranium enrichment activities as well as other formulas. So, in other words, as it says here, the Biden administration, at the same time that they say they support women in Iran, at the same time that they say we're going to spend $100 billion and counting, still more going, to Ukraine to fight Russia, we are still supporting Iran. We are looking to give Iran money to increase the global terror that they do that is affecting people right now in Germany, and God knows where else in Europe, and God knows where else in the United States and around the world. They are supporting even more terror, and Biden is dead set to give them more of your money, which is going to cause even more inflation in the United States. It's going to hurt our economy even more. And no one else in the media will point this out to you. I mean, think about this. They blew past this story. On January 4th, this story came and went. You didn't hear about it. The Iranian drones, they're 13 different U.S. companies. Their technology are in these drones. So American businesses under the Biden administration that is supposed to be so anti-Iran, that is cracking down on Iran, that is trying to stop Iran from giving rockets and drones to Russia so that they can protect the people in Ukraine, is the same government that's allowing American businesses, either directly or indirectly, to sell their equipment to Iran, which is being used to make the drones. 13 different American companies. And this tells us how absolutely useless the Biden administration is. That the Biden administration, as they claim that they're putting on more and more sanctions to stop Iran, these companies are trading with Iran, apparently. That Iran is getting these goods, even with the sanctions, and they're using, even though they have the sanctions that Joe Biden says are absolutely stopping them, and they're using it to make weapons of war to be used against Ukraine and to potentially be used against Europe and the United States and Americans, both as travelers as well as domestically here. And we're supposed to trust these guys. We're supposed to believe that the Iran nuclear deal will make us safe. And it's not just us. Canada, Switzerland, Japan, Taiwan, China are all giving components, or their components from companies in each of those countries are being used in Iran to make the drones that are killing people around the world. That's a fact. This is from CNN. It's got nothing to do with me. That's CNN telling you this. So you can't say, oh, it's a right-wing conspiracy. That's CNN telling you this. That's telling you that the Biden administration has talked to Canada, Switzerland, Japan, Taiwan, China through example and through direct conversations, and they are, with all the sanctions they say that they're going to crack down on Iran, are perfectly fine with letting them get the components they need to build drones to attack people in Ukraine. And we're supposed to trust Iran. We're supposed to trust that if Joe Biden is able to keep at least even part of the Iran nuclear deal, and they're going to give hundreds of billions of dollars of your money to Iran, that they're not going to turn around and use that money to kill more people around the world. Does anyone believe that? The 118th Congress, here's something for you to tackle. Don't let this happen. Come out, Kevin McCarthy, and make it clear that one of our top priorities, put out a bill and say we will not do the Iran nuclear deal. Period. Point blank. No, not going to happen. That we will not work with Iran as long as they are making drones that are being used against the people of the Ukraine, that they are using their influence to help have terrorist actions in Germany and potentially in the United States, that as long as Iran is working with Russia and China to kill Americans and American interests and those of our allies, that we will never make a deal with them. Now, I know someone's going to say to me, but Mike, the 118th Congress could do that. The House of Representatives could try and put that bill together, but the Senate is where they make deals, where they handle treaties with other countries. That's the power of the Senate, not the House. I understand. But McCarthy can start that ball rolling to put some pressure on the Democrats who control the Senate, so that Biden is then given some pressure so that we finally end this silly idea. Unless you want to support Iran, which is killing women for having their hair being seen. If you want to support, again, this is to the progressives out there who say that they support women always in all things. Fantastic. Then you should be against the Iran nuclear deal. You should be fighting with me right this second, saying we have to stop the Iran nuclear deal. Because the Iran nuclear deal is empowering the Iranian government and the terrorists, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is completely controlled by Iran. And if we give them money, not only will women be killed for having their hair too long, or people hanged for protesting about Iran killing women for their hair being seen, not only are you funding that, you're going to fund more global terror. Progressives should be standing right beside me on this. And they should do it because their thing is about protecting women. Fantastic. You should be standing with me on this. And to get that ball rolling, Kevin McCarthy should come out and say that this is something we cannot fund. We cannot allow this to happen. And the sanctions that Joe Biden is happy to go on to every news program and promise this is going to solve the problem. It didn't work in Ukraine. It's not working with Iran. It didn't work against North Korea. Stop saying that that's the solution and find an actual solution. Is that too much to ask for? Am I asking for too much, folks? Let me see the comments. Dow says the House's power of the purse would basically stymie any money request made by the Senate to fund anything dictated by treaty made as a byproduct of the Iran nuclear deal. You got a good point. They could just defund everything that's going out to Iran. Just any money, any aid that would go to Iran, they defund that department. They just defund it all. All they have to do is say no. Then just vote no on every request. You know what? I think that's great. Let's defund the international monetary fund that we are sending out, the international aid that we are providing to places like Pakistan, the $200 million that we're giving Pakistan for gender studies. You know what? Defund that. You don't have to change the law. You don't have to change the omnibus bill. Defund that. Just defund that entire department. Pakistan doesn't get its $200 million for gender studies, and Iran doesn't get any money either. There we go. McCarthy can do that if he has the balls. If he isn't just being an establishment GOP that is there only to make sure that no one in the GOP ruffles too many feathers, that they don't upset too many people. You want to hear something? That's the sound of people who are suffering because of Iran. That's the sound of people who are dying because no one has the balls to stand up and say, no more. We need leadership. We need a plan. McCarthy can do this if he has the balls to do this. Just call them out. Remember, it's not going to be Kamala Harris, and it's not going to be Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't know whether he's president or not. He still thinks that Kamala is the president. Kamala is useless. Useless. Kamala Harris is useless. She has done nothing to benefit America or Americans. She's done a bunch to pal around with a bunch of Democrats and progressives. She's helped them. She's shown up and said, hey, look at me. I'm the vice president now. Ha! She's done that, but that's not useful. She hasn't helped South Korea. She hasn't helped Ukraine. She hasn't helped Europe. She hasn't helped the United States, South America, Central America. She hasn't helped Mexico. She hasn't helped anyone except progressives getting more power and money. That's it. And if that's enough for you to support Kamala Harris, I can't tell you anything about it. But I can say that even the Google algorithm that is built to make sure that only positive news about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is put in front of your face can't find good news to put in front of your face. The most positive thing that they can put in front of you is in just looking for Kamala Harris and looking for any news, and the most positive thing they can tell you is Joe Biden called her president. That's it. That's the best thing they can tell you, which tells you how screwed up that woman is and how bad she is at her job. Give me back Dan Quayle. I don't care how he pronounces, I don't care how he spells potato or tomato, with the E or without it. I want Dan Quayle. He's more competent than her. If anyone disagrees with me, 607-242-9247. Call in. If you think I'm wrong about Iran, if you think I'm wrong about Kamala Harris, if you think I'm wrong about the southern border, if you think I'm wrong about how these domestic issues are affecting international actions and endangering the lives of everyone around the globe, call in. Tell me how I misunderstand. Please, don't tell me that there are ancient demigods under the ground that are going to come. I don't care. Please. That's not important to me. You want to tell, but you want to deal with reality and you want to talk about what's actually happening, call in. I'm more than happy to hear your voice. Even from progressives. If you're a member of BLM, Antifa, and you can respectfully tell me how I'm misunderstanding the things I would be happy to have that conversation. If you are an elected Democrat, anywhere in this nation, you're a Democrat and you've been elected, I will be happy to have that conversation with you about any of these subjects. Tell me how you think I'm wrong. Yeah, they never call in. For 10 years, more than 10 years, 12 years now, 12 or 13, maybe 15 years now, I keep asking the Democrats, come on in, answer this simple question. Tell me how I am wrong. I keep asking them, tell me how I'm wrong. They can't. When I confronted Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo, when I asked the Democrats in New York State about the red flag legislation, and when I showed them my 30-page report with 150 sources compiled over 6 months of research on the red flag laws, and showed them that it is absolutely, completely ineffective, they didn't change their vote. They said thank you and voted for it anyway. So I want to be very clear. The New York State Assembly was aware, the New York State Senate was aware of 150 sources that all indicate that since 1999, not one red flag law has worked in the nation ever. It is ineffective at gun control. It is ineffective at suicide prevention. It doesn't work. It has never worked. And it never will work because it's not built to do anything except take away your right to own a firearm. And they voted for it anyway. I literally have Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo admitting in video, in an interview, that she knows it's a flawed law and she voted for it anyway. And it's unconstitutional. And they knew in 2018, when I was talking to them about this, that it was unconstitutional, and they voted for it anyway. And I bring that up to say, looking at what we are seeing right now, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they know that having an open border policy is dangerous. It is endangering American citizens' lives, and it is expensive. It is hurting our economy. They know that it is sending a signal to the rest of the world that America is weak and rudderless, that we have no leadership. They know that when China sees this, they're using this as an opportunity to put their police on U.S. soil to enact the laws of China, communist China, a dictatorship. And they know that. They know that they are endangering American citizens' lives because of the open border, and then the fact that they are trying to give money to the global leader of terror, period. And they are still trying to do these things and telling you it's all okay. Because just like with inflation in all of 2022, it's okay, you just don't understand. The economy is great, you just don't understand. Everything's doing fine, you just don't understand. Right, we don't understand, and that's why today, right this second, if you type in recession into Google and just hit and just let it go. Matter of fact, I'll refresh it right now in front of your face. This is what Google, who is trying to promote the left wing, the progressive ideology, they said, recession watch, stay on guard despite strong December jobs report. December's job report fuels optimism that we can pull off a soft landing, a soft recession. Jobs report, job market still hot. Can we avoid a recession? 4 changes in the economy to watch if you're worried about recession. U.S. job market is still healthy, but it's slowing down as recession fears mount. Notice they are saying over and over again that there is a recession. We said that throughout all of 2022. We warned you since February of 2022 that we were going into a recession, that we were in the middle of stagflation. Let's see, stagflation. The job market's hot, but inflation is high. And we see that interest rates are increasing, but there's still the same number of jobs at this moment. That's stagflation. We told you that in February of 2022. And we've been saying it all year long. And when you go to the store, you see it. You've seen that when you buy something in the store, it's 25, 35, 45% more expensive. I sound like a broken record. I've been talking about this for a year. For a year, I've been telling you the cost of food is going up. Inflation is real. It's not transitory. It's not that you understand it perfectly. Joe Biden didn't understand it. The press secretary, Jean-Pierre, she's lying to your face saying, no, it's all fine. The economy's great. If it's so great, why do they keep telling us that we should be worried about it in recession? Something they told us that didn't exist and wasn't happening. And you know why it's happening? Because if you actually look at the numbers like I do, and this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and if you look at it, and the number that's important here is self-employed workers. This is the small businesses. The engine of 90% of all the jobs, 70% of all the jobs in the United States come from small businesses. Everyone agrees with that. It's not political. Everyone agrees. And we have seen that the number of small businesses has been flat to down under the Biden administration throughout all of 2022. Going into 2023, we are starting at the low end of where we were in 2022. The economy hasn't improved. That's the problem. At the end of the day, the root problem is inflation is increasing, interest rates, which means your loans, whether it's a college loan, a car loan, your credit cards, everything that you borrow money, it's all increasing, and there aren't more jobs, and no one's making jobs, and you're not seeing things improve. The economy is getting weaker. It's just taking longer for the government to admit it. And that's from the data from the government itself. I don't need to make up these things. The government's telling you this. Except no one's telling you the numbers that matter. They're saying 3.5% unemployment. That's all they want to tell you. 3.5%. That's all you need to know. 3.5%. Yeah. What about small business? What about the engine of jobs? Why is it Kamala saying that Joe Biden is now focused on inflation and job growth, something that people have been talking about, I've been talking about all year. Most of the major media started talking about in September and October, and he's only now, after an election in a new year, when he has a year of nothing that's going to happen in Congress, and now he wants to say, oh yeah, by the way, there's inflation. And we need to grow jobs. No. He says that in January of 2023. We knew the problem existed in February of 2021. It got worse in February of 2022. The rest of the media finally started admitting that there was a potential of a recession and that inflation was not transitory and it wasn't small back in September. He's had months because they don't care about you. That's ultimately the answer. They don't care about you. That this is all about power. This is about appearing good. It's like the way that we've seen Biden and Kamala flip-flop on Title 42. It's whatever is the current lie that will keep you quiet and happy, making you think they are doing something to keep you busy while they don't do anything to help you, just enough to get them more power. And that's why I don't like establishment Republicans, which is what Kevin McCarthy represents, because they do nothing. We have not seen the establishment Republicans do anything about red flag laws. In fact, establishment Republicans were trying to create more red flag laws that we know now, as we see in New York State, unconstitutional. Something that was obvious, not only to me, but to everyone in the Second Amendment community. It's obvious how it's unconstitutional on multiple levels. And yet, establishment Republicans want to push that forward. They're okay with that. Terrifies me. This terrifies me. Again, if you think I am wrong, if you think I misunderstand, if you disagree, or even if you agree, 607-242-9247. Call in, tell me what you think. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how I am wrong. If you want to tell me I'm ugly, I don't care. If you want to tell me I'm old, obviously. I don't have gray hair prematurely. If you want to tell me that you don't like me, I could care less. But if you want to talk about these issues, then I'm more than happy to hear that. If you want to tell me that if you think there's a more important issue, hey, here's something. If you're a progressive out there or a Democrat out there, and you say, well, yeah, but none of that matters because climate change is more important. Climate change is more important than the women who are dying in Iran. It is more important than Iran shipping out U.S.-equipped drones into the Ukraine. It is more important than the United States funding the creation of drones to be used against Ukraine and other places around the world because of the Iran nuclear deal. If you think that's not as important as climate change, please tell me why. If you think that children taking a 2,000 mile trek to go across with sex slaves and drug gangs to get to our border, possibly with mumps and measles from Venezuela because their government failed, and you think that those children coming into America and being shipped across this entire country in the middle of the night on your tax dime so that they can have so that these Democrats like Eric Adams and Governor Greg Newsom can go and spend $60,000 per illegal alien, your tax money, double your income to make them have a comfortable life. And if you think none of that affects you, please tell me why. Let me see. There's a comment here, and Dow says they won't stop them from trying again to continue to reward the red flag laws and keep trying. I can see why people are making the case that establishment Republicans and Democrats of all stripes are a uniparty. I understand why people say that. I don't agree. I think there's a difference both in what they're trying to achieve and how they do it. So I want to be clear. I am a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I'm not against Republicans. I'm against ineffective, inefficient government. And I don't care if that's from the Republican or the Democratic side. And God help us with progressives. I'm absolutely against that. And I can't stand socialism or communism. Absolutely. But I'm not going to give them a free pass just because Kevin McCarthy's a Republican. He doesn't get a free pass. He has to earn it. And this is why I am making the emphasis for him. And I'll tell the same thing to Mark Molinaro, who just became the New York 22nd congressman, my congressman. I've said these things to people like Claudia Tenney, who used to be my congressman and is still a friend. I will say this to everyone. I'm not afraid to tell Republicans when they screw up or that I need them to do something to show me that they are doing their job effectively and efficiently. They don't get a safety net. They don't get a free pass just because of their politics, because of the title of their politics. But they aren't, and I do understand. But Kevin McCarthy is an infinity away from AOC. Kevin McCarthy is nowhere near Adam Schiff. He has nothing to do with these people. There is Raphael Warnock, nothing like Kevin McCarthy. Cori Bush, completely different people. And so I don't confuse these two groups. And I think people put them all together because they're all doing things that aren't effective or efficient, which is true. But they're not effective or efficient for different reasons. Cori Bush, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hakeem Jeffries, they believe in progressivism. They believe in socialism. They want to destroy the laws and the nature of the United States and install their human rights, rights that they approve of, with the equity, the prioritization of categories of people that they get to control. It is controlled favoritism by the government in favor of certain political groups and agendas that they control and they like. That's what Hakeem Jeffries, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, this is what they are looking for in the Democratic Party. And that's a problem. The Republicans, the establishment Republicans, like a McCarthy, the problem with them is they don't want to go anywhere. They want to stay exactly where we are right now. They don't want to see any changes. They'll talk about passing a red flag law, but they're not serious. Then again, they're also not serious about repealing any of the gun control laws that have been put out there. They're really not interested in doing that. The establishment, they talk about, well, we should cut taxes, cut both taxes and government spending, but they really don't get around to doing that. Remember, throughout the entire Bush administration, both Bushes, under Obama and Clinton, we heard Republicans constantly say, we need to cut the interest of the taxes in the United States. We need to cut taxes. We need to cut taxes. We have, 6 presidents in a row that said we need to cut taxes. The answer is we're going to cut taxes. And not one of them actually did it. Not one. President Trump did. And now we have Biden is increasing taxes. If you think I'm wrong about that, look at your tax return. I guarantee you, the IRS has already said you're going to get less money back. There's 87,000 new IRS agents. They're not going after rich people. They're going after you. They're trying to get your bank accounts from PayPal and Venmo and all the rest of those. And your credit card companies. They want your money. And establishment Democrats aren't doing anything, establishment Republicans aren't doing anything to stop that. So I'm asking them to step up. They don't get a free pass from me for saying they're a Republican. Dow mentions, I was a bit disappointed not to see Tenney or Molinaro standing at least adjacent with the Freedom Caucus. I would say the same thing. And I have said the same thing. But every politician does what they think is best. And the Freedom Caucus is looked at negatively by the news media. It puts a target on their back. So I can understand why they may have views and values that match up with the Freedom Caucus, but they don't want that title because the title means that the news media is going to attack you even more than they already attack Congresswoman Tenney and Congressman Molinaro. So that might be why they don't do it, because they get attacked even more than they get attacked as is. Dow says, of course, the machinations of the state apparatus is such that if they did so, they'd probably be ostracized and primaried in 2 years. Absolutely. And they already are being primaried. We've seen that with Claudia Tenney. Like every year she runs, she's been primaried. Every time she has run, she's been primaried. My friend George can't not primary her. It's personal at this point, I think. But that's, that is what it is. All right, so we've talked about Iran, we've talked about China, North Korea, international policy, we've talked about gun control a bit. Except we didn't talk about one thing in gun control. And then I want to get into Arizona. So, and I'm pretty sure that at this point, the channel is being pretty heavily suppressed. Pretty sure of it. Because we've been talking about a lot of hot button issues. Talking about international policy, Iran, domestic terrorism, recession. We're talking about China. We're talking about the Biden-Harris administration. We're talking about gun control. None of these things are good for anybody who wants to have a positive record, a positive promotion by YouTube or social media. They hate these things. What can we do? We're over 1,000. I thank everyone for putting us there. We're getting to 1,234 subscribers is our goal. We hope that you will help us to get there and moving forward. But gun control. You heard about this? The 6-year-old. A 6-year-old child shot a teacher on purpose. It was on purpose. This wasn't an accident. The kid, a 6-year-old, shot their teacher on purpose with a gun, and we don't know where he got it. Everyone wants to know. You're right, Dow. Everyone wants to know, where did he get the firearm? Why was he convinced that the answer was to shoot his teacher? I'm not saying that there aren't kids who are unruly or that there are bad kids out there. They are. They exist. Bad parents usually wind up with bad kids. That happens. But this is an extreme. He didn't hit his teacher. He didn't threaten his teacher. He shot his teacher. Not one red flag law, not the New York SAFE Act, not one piece of legislation in gun control. You could raise the age limit on who gets to own a firearm, and you can ban any firearm you want to. That will never stop a 6-year-old from shooting a teacher. Now, before I go further into this, I have to mention, and it is correctly noted, that this is rare. This is extremely rare. That it's only happened 3 times. Where is it? This has happened, it's rare. It's only happened, 3 times in the last 50 years. Okay. There's only 3 other shootings of a 6-year-old against anyone. That's in 2000 in Michigan, 2011 in Texas, 2021 in Mississippi. And one of the only other times that a child this young brought a gun into a school and fired it was in Tennessee in 2013. That was an accident. So that's 4 times since 1970. This is incredibly rare. So let's not panic here. And I know the news media wants you to lose your mind and think that this is oh my God, it's a new trend and gun control. This is rampant violence. No, it's not. That's a lie. That's all a lie. This isn't a trend. It's not rampant. It's not consistent. Doesn't happen all the time. It's a lie. Okay? It's like the lie that, there's mass shootings are happening all the time on schools. No, only if you include every piece of property that could possibly be called a school on every day at midnight on a Saturday. And if there's a mugging and it has a gun involved, then that's part of it too. No, it's not real. No. But this is serious. Because the answer to this, coming from progressive mindset, is that, well, we have to get rid of guns because guns are dangerous. No. Whatever made a 6-year-old think the answer to whatever problem he thought he had with that teacher was to shoot her, that's the problem. Which I am sure has a lot to do with the parents. This is a 6-year-old child. It has a lot to do with the programming that child has received from entertainment and from teachers as well as the parents. They programmed this kid. This kid is 6. This kid only knows whatever it is their parents and entertainment and now teachers have taught them. That's it. They don't know anything else. They're 6. They don't know anything about geopolitics. They don't know anything about domestic policy. They don't understand what the word politics is. They're 6. All they know is the TV shows they see, the movies they get to see. They get to know what their parents say and what teachers have said to them. That's it. And somewhere between Transformers TV shows and these new multicultural, diverse TV shows and programming, somewhere with this critical race theory teachings in school and parents who are getting God knows what information, somewhere along the line, this kid got the idea that the only answer is to shoot someone. And that's the same mentality that leads to mass shootings, whether it's in a school, a mall, wherever it may be. This mentality that says the only answer is to shoot innocent people. And that's the answer that I've been saying for, 17 years now. That's the answer we need. We need to answer that. That's the question. What makes someone decide that the only solution to whatever the problem is they have, whether it's mental or medical or personal, whatever it is, that the only answer is to shoot innocent people? If we can answer that, we can answer mass shootings, we can answer gun crime, a part of gun crime, separate of gangs and drugs and all that stuff. We can get a lot answered here. But we're not looking at that. That's not what the media is trying to tell you. Instead, they're trying to tell you, well, the gun's a problem. No, the kid's the problem. Now, to answer your question about where did the kid get the gun, I don't care. Because no matter where he got the gun, why did he get the idea to use it? Why did he get the idea that the best way to use the gun is to shoot his teacher that he had a problem with? See, again, no matter how he got the gun, because what if he had a knife and did it with a knife instead? If he couldn't get the gun, this kid who thinks the only answer is to harm another human being would he have done the same thing with a hammer, a knife, his pencil? Does it make a difference? So the fact that it's a gun doesn't matter to the fact that what that mentality that led him to decide the answer is violence of an innocent individual. That's why I focus on that. But Dow did say, I'm only speculating, but I can almost guarantee that the kid was not taught a healthy respect of firearms. Well, yeah, Dow, I guarantee you he was not taught a healthy respect of firearms. Otherwise, he wouldn't shot someone. Someone who was defenseless, someone who was innocent, who was not trying to threaten his life. Yeah, he has no aspect of respect for firearms. This is why you teach your kids paramount safety and responsibility as soon as they can string together a coherent thought. In the reports, it was reported that this district in specific has had 3 firearm-related incidents in the last 17 months. It's not the neighborhood. It's not. It is a mindset that is being promoted. I believe. I could be wrong. But I don't see anyone investigating this. No one is ever looking at the same thing that I'm looking at here. And it doesn't matter what age it is. It doesn't matter if it's a mass shooting or just regular gun violence. It doesn't matter if it happens at a school or off of school grounds. We never hear anyone talking about we need to investigate what made them choose to harm innocent people. That's the core. If we want to solve the problem of mass shootings and rampant gun violence, one of the first questions we have to answer is, what makes you say that you should harm an innocent person or persons? Dow says, I agree with you about it being a mindset. I'm wondering if environment is fostering the mindset. I think it's both environment and it's nurture and nature. It's inherent in some people to be violent. Some people are more violent and aggressive than others. That's inherent. That's not toxic masculinity. Let's throw that out the window. That's just a internet slogan that's meant to just sound really good. I'm sorry. Men are generally more aggressive. That's what testosterone does. If you don't think that's what it does, ask any trans male why they take testosterone. It's to bulk up and be more aggressive. That's it. That's why, that's just a fact of nature. It's genetic. So that's not the problem. The aggression isn't the problem, although that is part of the nature. This is someone who is above average in their aggression, I believe. It's not normal to be that aggressive, to attack innocent individuals that are not causing harm directly to you. So if someone's attacking you, that's an entirely different story. We're talking about someone who has, and this isn't a childhood. I mean, I got in my fights. I remember I was in 6th grade, had my tooth broken, had my face slammed into the ground. Was that 7th grade? No, 6th grade. Yeah, 6th grade. Had my face smashed into the ground, broke my tooth. I lost the fight. But he wasn't trying to kill me. But that's just a fight that boys got into. We got into fights. It happens. But that's not hyper masculinity. That's just a fight. It just happens. It is part of the testosterone and all. But to take that and go, instead of just, usual schoolyard fights, to murder, intentional attempted murder, that's a whole other extreme. Again, when I got in a fight when I was in 6th grade, back in the 70s, and I had my face shoved into the ground, into concrete, and it broke my tooth, he wasn't trying to kill me. We were in a fight. He threw me down, and I broke my tooth. The fight ended at that point. He wasn't trying to kill me. He was fighting me. And that was one of the results of that, and the fight stopped at that moment. So, yeah, were we aggressive kids? Sure, I guess so. Why not? But it wasn't about murder. If he tried to murder me at that point, that would be something else. So I want to get that out there. That because we see the modern, it seems like to me, that the modern mindset says, well, any aggression is bad. No, it's normal. I'm a very normal person. I don't run around trying to get into fights and beat people down. I'm not trying to smash people's faces into the concrete. That happened when I was 6. When I was 7, 8, 9, no, didn't happen. I won fights, I lost fights, but that really didn't happen. See, there's a difference. So there is at least some aspect of it that is to some degree, inherent. And it's not because he's a male, it's just because he's a human being that has something wrong with them. Then there's the additional factor of the environment. How much does the programming of critical race theory have to do with it? Because no one wants to say whether this kid is black, white. They don't want to say. Which inherently, every time when I see these stories and they don't mention someone's color, when they refuse to say whether this is a black or white person, it means that they're black. Almost always. Black or Hispanic. It is almost always, 90% of the time, if they don't tell you the person's skin color, which means they don't tell you that they're white, it means they're black or they're Hispanic. Almost every single time. Now, this may not be the case because this is a 6-year-old child. So there's more restrictions on what can and can't be said about them. But I would tend to say this is probably a poor black kid. Probably. And so we have to say, okay, so is this kid being taught critical race theory? Being taught that the teacher should apologize for being white? That the teacher is evil inherently by birth because of the color of her skin, which is what critical race theory teaches? And if that's what it's teaching, and that this kid is entitled to what the teacher has, that the kid is getting microaggressions from that teacher just by her talking, and subconsciously the things she's saying, the kid is taking offense to, and that means she is an aggressor. She's attacking him, and therefore he decides that the answer is to attack her back. Now, if someone says to me, well, Mike, that doesn't make any sense. Well, no, think of it from the mind of a 6-year-old. All he's being told is authority is bad. Police are bad. We've seen that in many of the books that have been there. We had a protest about a book in Binghamton that's been found throughout New York State that's being taught to children 5 years old, 8 years old, being taught to them, read to them by the teacher, and it's a book telling you the police are bad guys, white people are evil. That white people should apologize for being white. The teacher, this was 2 years ago, the teacher, and I have the video, I actually spoke at the school board meeting about this. I'm sure Merrick Garland loved that, where I was saying, hey, this is crazy that the teacher in the video, which was immediately removed after parents saw it, started off by apologizing for being born white, and then read this book that said white people are bad people and that police are bad people. And in the mind of a 6-year-old, when you're telling them white people are bad, they're intrinsically evil by birth, white privilege, and they're being told that the things that these white people are saying to them are microaggressions, and microaggressions are attacks. They're the same thing. Words are the same thing as physical attacks. This 6-year-old child, who is in no way going to be a physical threat to a grown woman, both in terms of height, strength, everything, what is this kid going to think? And so, what's an equalizer for someone who is taller than you, stronger than you, has more power than you, who is more adept verbally and in thinking than you are, more cunning? The kid has nothing to equal to her. So he could take a knife, or they could take a gun. Especially if they haven't been taught to respect firearms. Especially if this is a low-income area where there's a lot of crime, where there are gangs, which means guns are rampant and available, and the value of life is a lot lower. And especially if you have people like Hunter Biden, who are just dropping their guns in garbage cans behind schools. All of this is quite possible. Again, I am speculating here. I'm not saying that this is accurate. I'm not saying that this is what happened. But I'm trying to understand a fact pattern that we see consistently around the country. What are the things that we are seeing that tend to make these people go out and then kill innocent individuals? What's the root cause? Is it the programming that this kid has been introduced to? Now, it could just be the kid's a psychopath and was born that way. Could be. Could be that the kid needs medication and has always needed it and didn't get it. Could be. Could be that the parents are absolute trash. Maybe they're part of a gang or something. Maybe they're meth heads or some kind of drug addicts, which would explain why they have a firearm and why they would be violent to other people. Maybe he comes from a battered home. Maybe. Those are all possibilities too. Or it could be a combination of all of them. But it troubles me. Because the answer that we are hearing from the government is, okay, that means we have to ban guns, which doesn't solve anything. Doesn't resolve anything. Even if my speculation is wrong, Dal, even if it's your speculation of indoctrination, othering, poor parenting, even if all of that is wrong, even if it's something completely different, getting rid of the firearms, saying that there's a gun ban will solve nothing. It doesn't prevent this. It doesn't prevent the root cause of this at all. The best case scenario, next kid, instead of using a gun, will use a knife. That's your best case scenario. Your worst case scenario? Well, like the kids in Islamberg, they'll go and build a bomb, like the kids in Islamberg and Columbine. In the worst case scenario, God knows how bad it could be. They'll still get the gun. If this is a low-income area with a lot of gangs, like I mentioned before, guns are pretty prevalent, and gangs are criminals. They don't care what law you pass. They're not giving up their guns. If you don't think I'm right, look at Chicago. How many shootings happen in Chicago? 3,000 what? And how many laws do they have to prevent every single type of gun, including red flag laws, which are unconstitutional? How many? So the solution has nothing to do with the cause. And that's my biggest problem with the way they look at gun control. And really, Kevin McCarthy needs to get on top of this. Kevin McCarthy needs to stop this. He has to shut down Hakeem Jeffries. He has to shut down Cori Bush. All these idiots that their answer is, well, it's the gun. It's the fault of the gun and white people. White people are evil and guns are bad. So if we just get rid of all the guns and punish all the white people, then life is good and everything's golden. And that is stupid. If there's anyone who thinks I am wrong about that statement, if anyone thinks that I am incorrect on that, 607-242-9247. Let's talk about gun control. Let's talk about the effectiveness of gun control over the last 50 years. I am familiar with 50 years of data on gun control. I will be happy to talk to any elected official about that. I am more than happy to talk to any elected official about red flag laws and why they're unconstitutional and how ineffective they are, and I can give them the sources to prove everything I have to say about it. But if you think I'm wrong, please, let's have this conversation, because I am absolutely sure the root problem at the end of the day is the way that this kid is thinking, not the weapon that he used. Dow says, I agree. Gun control all the way around is a failure. It is an absolute failure. If gun control was so damn effective, this kid wouldn't have gotten the gun in the first place. The teacher would never have been shot. The teacher might have been stabbed, might have been hit with a baseball bat or a chair, because I think the kid's the problem and the mentality's the problem, but that wouldn't have stopped anything. And I don't think that saying guns are illegal is going to stop that. That isn't going to stop anyone. What do they think is going to happen? You can make every gun in America illegal tomorrow. It won't stop. Yes, Lynn, it starts in the home. I agree. It starts in the home, but what do we have in the home? We have movies that are saying intersectionality, that are saying critical race theory. We have TV shows targeting kids that are saying critical race theory, white people are evil, that they need to apologize that there's microaggressions. I mean, look, there's what was that TV? The Witcher TV show that just came out, which I think is relatively family friendly. You know, it's a fantasy show. It's a short series. It was relatively fantasy. They were trying to get teenagers to watch that program. They didn't succeed. No one watched it because it was absolutely miserable crap. It's like the entire lineup of the CW targeting young teenagers, 12, 13, 14-year-olds. Complete crap, failed, unmitigated failure, but yet these are the message they were putting out in Batwoman, that they put out in The Witcher, that they've been putting out in all these programs that completely fail with the entire public, and that's what this kid is seeing every day. How much of an impact does that have? Let's see. Dow says it takes responsible civilian response and positive gun culture. Those two things would be very helpful. Lynn says that they should arrest the parents if they haven't already. To my knowledge, at this moment, when I started the show, the parents have not been arrested. To my knowledge, they probably won't be. I normally, I do not agree with that. Except, normally the case is a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old that does these mass shootings. Even 19, 20-year-olds, when they do mass shootings, people like to look at the target. Matter of fact, it was last year. What was it? It was just outside of Chicago. I think it was the New Year's, that there was that young kid who did a mass shooting and they arrested the parents for it. I don't agree with that. That was a 16, 17-year-old kid. Those are individuals old enough to know better. In this case, it's a 6-year-old. So I agree with you, Lynn. In the case of someone who's like 10 and below, they don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand concepts. This is coming from parental. You can tell me that parents don't have control of a teenager. Maybe. But you can't say that about a 6-year-old. This kid depends on their parents for everything. And I am absolutely sure, and again, I could be wrong, but this is a single parent household. Does anyone want to bet me that this is a single parent? Absolutely, this is one parent. It's not two parents, one parent. I am almost absolutely sure of it. It sounds like it fits the scenario that we would see. I'm checking the demographics of the area. Now, I absolutely believe that we need to do something. Here we go. I just looked up something here. So this is from the census, the United States Census, for Newport News City in Virginia, which is right. Yep, that's the city that this happened in, Newport News, Virginia. And looking at this, we see population's 184,000 people plus minus. Most people, 51% female, which is about normal. 40% black, 45% white in the community. And 40%, okay, it can't be 40% Hispanic too. That doesn't make sense. Median value of homes, 200,000. 74,000 households. There's 184,000 people, so there's about 45% of people own homes. They've got the internet, almost everyone. Everyone's graduating high school. This is how we figure out these things. I'm just running down the data. How many people are working? How many people are working 16 years or older? 61%, about the national average. Actually, a little better than national average. So unemployment shouldn't be that bad. And the average person is doing about $33,000 national average. So this is, other than the population, which is very diverse, this is a population that it's otherwise pretty much national average. Pretty much national average. So we really can't blame this on poverty. We can't blame this on diversity. So that leaves us drugs, parents, and teaching. That's it. Drugs, parent, teaching. Dow says, growing up for me, there was also a heavy emphasis on differentiating between fiction and reality. That line seems to be as purposefully eroded. And I agree. We don't see that anymore. But then again, we don't see people paying attention to what's happening right in front of their faces. I mean, totally different story, but in Chicago, not talking about, for once, talking about Chicago and not talking about guns and the amount of people who got shot every year. But in Chicago, we have Lori Lightfoot is running around, and instead of trying to help people with homelessness and helping people with drug addictions and the rampant violent crime, absolutely no one denies, you cannot deny, Chicago is overrun with violent crime. And instead of trying to fix any of those problems, Lori Lightfoot is focused on trying to put together a refugee and illegal alien housing. She wants to be able to have illegal aliens have a place to stay. Residents say they feel like it's a slap in the face because the crime wave, homelessness, cost of living, none of that is being dealt with. That's not important to Lori Lightfoot, mayor of Chicago. Instead, she wants to be able to make sure that illegal aliens shipped into Chicago by the government are going to be able to live better than the average citizens. They pay more in New York, Chicago, LA, across this country in the Democratic strongholds. They spend more money on illegal aliens than they do on American citizens. Let me be clear about that. They spend more money on illegal aliens than they do on American citizens in terms of making sure the quality of life is up. In New York State, under disgraced former governor Andrew Cuomo, he spent $2 billion to give checks of $17,000 apiece to illegal aliens to help them with the pandemic. Kathy Hochul and Mayor, Mayor Eric Adams, New York City, they want to spend $1 billion to spend $60,000 per illegal alien to put them up in a hotel. The American government has rented out hotels across the country to fill it with illegal aliens. They get turned down service. They get to live in a hotel. Someone's cleaning the rooms for them. They're not paying a dime for any of this. They're doing this with your tax dollars. So here it is again. Lori Lightfoot is trying to take care of illegal aliens in Chicago rather than trying to take care of the people. So this is the disconnect we see that's coming from government. It's the same kind of disconnect that says, well, the problem here is, she's white. And I am absolutely sure this kid was black. And I have to wonder, the community, according to the Senate data, the community is average America. It's not high poverty. It's not, and I don't know about the crime, but it's average in all the other stats in terms of population density, the difference in fact, it's more diverse than most parts of America. I would tend to think it's not gangs. That leaves me with drugs, parents, and teaching. And we have politicians who have no idea what's going on, and they're paying attention to the wrong thing. If you think I'm wrong, tell me. I'd be happy to hear why. I would be happy for someone to explain to me why I am wrong and it's some other problem, some other issue. Okay, let's finish. Let's finish with Arizona. Because, the algorithms for YouTube and social media can't hate me enough. And this is tricky. The last time I was talking, the last several times I've talked about Arizona, they shut my channel down. They hit me with hang on. Dow says that the Times of Israel is running a Newport News story about the shooting, 6-year-old shooting. They attached the talking point of chronic gun violence and citing the gun violence archive. The gun violence archive is useless. The data in the gun violence archive is completely useless. They include everything and anything, and they're citing all the information is wrong. I have looked through it. Many people have looked through it. It is biased reporting. You can't go by that. But it is a popular citation, but it's absolute garbage. So you can't go by that. But let me talk about Arizona. Every time I've talked about Arizona, the channel gets suppressed and or I get shut down every single time. What do you mean, wow, I'm still going? We've only been on for 3.5 hours. The show usually goes for about 4.5. So I'm short. Iced tea? John Cordisco's asking about iced tea. What do you mean iced tea? I don't know what that is. So no, I'm talking about, no, I'm not talking, okay, I get it. No, not Arizona iced tea. I'm talking about Arizona's elections. There seems to be a problem. There seems to be an issue. And even though they're trying to say that they have fortified elections, there seems to be a problem in the way that they are fortifying elections in Arizona. Again, fortifying elections in Arizona. Because they're saying they have a former Supreme Court Justice, Arizona Supreme Court Justice, McGregor, a woman, who is going to be looking into the Maricopa County election and the printer issues that happen. So, this is funny. They acknowledge there's a problem. They acknowledge that the problem led to long lines and confusion. They acknowledge that many people were put off from voting or had their voting interrupted because of the issue with printers that 1 month beforehand were tested and were fine. They work perfectly fine. And then on election day, suddenly they don't work. And they're admitting, and they admit that is an absolute fact. This is coming from AZ Central. This is Arizona Republic, Sasha Hupka. This is going over the news that has been announced across the country. It's old news that there was a problem, there was an issue on election day in Arizona. There's video of the long lines. We showed a video on election day talking about the issues that people were facing and how they were saying, you know what, just handwrite your ballot and give it to the election volunteers, and they'll put it in a box and count it somewhere else, but it'll be counted, which really instilled a lot of confidence in people about their vote when they said, oh yeah, just hand us the vote and we'll count it later. Not electronically, totally separate of everyone else. And because we know there is video evidence of people walking off the lines because they were told that the printers weren't working properly, that votes, 1 out of 4 votes in certain areas of Arizona, 1 out of 4 votes were not counted. That is a fact. That is not a question. That is a fact. If the censors on Facebook and YouTube want to check me, fantastic. This is factual evidence. We know this. There's no question on that. 1 out of 4 votes were not, for long periods of time, not being counted. Voters were very unsure about whether or not their vote would be counted and if it would be counted properly. That was the concern. That was the issue. Everyone's aware of it. It was an absolute fact. And yet, Arizona is also saying at the very same time that didn't have an impact on the election at all. It is a fact that they are investigating right now, that they have former Arizona Supreme Court Chief Justice Ruth McGregor is leading a probe, which was promised by the Board of Supervisors in late November. They know that this was an issue so severe that it absolutely had an impact, and they don't know why. They go on to say, the move to retain her for the investigation comes after about 30% of the county's vote centers have problems with printers producing ballots too light to be read by on-site tabulators election day. So they know this is a fact. There's no question on this. And I know YouTube will hate me for this because there is no problem for this, that they know there was a problem. 30% of the votes had an issue. We know for a fact 1 out of 4 machines were not recording votes. 1 out of 4 votes were not being recorded. That is a fact. It is so bad that the Board of Supervisors promised that they would have to have an investigation on this. It is being done by the former Supreme Court Chief Justice of Arizona to ensure that there is no bias involved, that everyone can agree that this is as impartial as it gets. They know that these are all real issues, yet none of those issues affected the outcome of the election. Not that I would ever say that an election was not secure, and I am sure that in 2022 that they were just as fabulously secure and wonderful as in 2020, because YouTube requires me to say that. Because YouTube mandates that I must say that every election in the United States is absolutely safe and secure and has absolutely no problem at all, even as they tell us that there were problems with the election in the United States. That's AZ Central. That's the mainstream news media is telling me there was an issue, that the Board of Supervisors of Arizona has told me there is an issue, that the former Arizona Supreme Court Chief Justice is looking into because there was a problem, so they need an investigation. But all elections in America have no problems. There is no issue. They are all safe and secure because YouTube says it has to be that way or they will delete this channel. No one's messing with the First Amendment. Freedom of speech. Let me see what some of the comments are about this. So, John Cordisco is saying, don't worry, because YouTube and Facebook are saying, move on, nothing to see here. Don't watch this channel. Don't see this. Suppress, suppress, suppress. And we know they do it because the Twitter files are the same as what we see in Facebook, as we see in YouTube. They suppress the hell out of stuff. And we know that's true. We have evidence of that now. Not that I didn't have evidence of it before on my level. He goes on, John goes on to say, didn't get the chance to vote or votes not counted. In fact, all of those things may and possibly did happen, and that is what is being alleged by Kari Lake, which is what the investigation is in part about. And that is what the courts in Arizona said doesn't matter, had no impact. So whether people didn't get a chance to vote or the votes were not counted, which they say all votes were counted, even though 30% of all votes had an issue, and we know literally live streamed 1 out of 4 votes were not being counted for hours in Arizona. We know that for a fact. But you know what? And that was live streamed with the Board of Supervisors coming out to tell the public that 1 out of 4 votes were not being counted, were not being registered. We know this, but there's no problem with the final vote count. Everything is fine. You can't say Kari Lake lost because nothing else matters. Okay. Dow says people left lines hoping to come back later and still were unable to get votes through. That is what people have alleged, but according to the courts in Arizona, that doesn't have an impact on the outcome of an election, and the election was safe and secure. Lynn mentions that this is a sad state of our country, and that is the problem. If we cannot trust our elections, what's the bloody point? What's the point? Dow mentions that many opted not to place their vote into a mysterious box that was discovered which was discovered to break the chain of custody. Well, yeah, that's the problem. There is no custody. No one can trust that. No one can be sure. How do you know? They said, oh, don't worry, it'll be counted. How do I know? That not part, they literally were making it up. Election day in Arizona, they were making up rules by the minute to try and fix this issue that they were facing, and no one knew what the answer was, and no one knew what these boxes were or where they came from or how they were going to be counted or where they were going to be counted, because they were making it up as they went. But this did not affect any results whatsoever. John likes the sarcasm I'm putting out there. Yes. Tina says, I 100% disagree with that statement. And YouTube or not, I will never say otherwise about the safe and secure elections, that all elections, especially in 2020 and 2022, have all been safe, secure, and absolutely verified. Yeah, even as they tell us that there are problems. John says, legally the issue isn't the same as a person voting and not being counted. And to Tina, yes, I understand, Tina. I'm not saying that you can't say that fortifying an election does not instill the same confidence of safe and secure that we know, as dictated by social media giants like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, that they're absolutely safe and secure. That there is absolutely no question of any kind of issues whatsoever as they report actual issues, because these all have been fortified, and therefore in fortifying these elections, they are all safe and secure. I understand why you would say that you disagree with that. And Tina, I can understand, I'm completely with you, but I am restricted because if I say anything besides the fact that every election is always 100% safe and secure and organized and perfect, and fortifying them has been a result that helped benefit everyone. If I do not say that statement, they delete this channel, which is insane. First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom to criticize and question our leadership and our elected officials. That's what the news media is supposed to do. It's supposed to question our leadership and the government, to question things that are happening in our community that don't seem to be correct, to ask the questions and seek the answers. That is what the news media is supposed to do, and I am a legit recognized member of the news media, recognized by the Democratic Party, Democratic elected officials, Republican elected officials, Republican Party. I'm recognized. I'm a legit member of the news media. And yet, that First Amendment right doesn't transfer to me because I'm a small news media company as opposed to the mainstream news media companies that are telling you at the same time that there's a problem so big, nearly 1/3 of all votes were affected, so it was a massive issue, but there's no problem. And I'm not supposed to highlight that to you, the American people, and say, you tell me what you think about that. I find that to be curious. Yes, Dow mentions that all these issues came up during discovery. John mentions that, like I'm sure many progressives, especially those in Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, those special people who were part of Plot, and Indivisible New York, Citizen Action, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence. Yeah, they all would say that I'm an enemy of democracy. They could say it. It's not true. But they say that to try, again, to suppress the channel, to stop you from talking about it, which is why I had to put this at the end of the show, because I did at the beginning. They'd shut down the stream, which still may happen, and you'd never see any of this. But I think it's important. How can we legit say everything's decided, everything is fair and done, when we have the woman who was involved in counting and certifying all the votes as one of the candidates who had a vested interest in the outcome of those votes, and that same woman was certifying everything's fine, while we see that there's an investigation of 30% of the votes, and while this is in court and it is being appealed, the courts are saying they don't even want to do this in a rush. This is the governor of a state, the state of Arizona. And the courts are like, well, I don't know if we need to rush this. It could take a couple of months. Let's let it just sit there, so that if they do not resolve this immediately, what will happen is exactly what happened in 2020 when the Supreme Court was asked to look into the elections of 2020. And the Supreme Court said, well, the election is over, so all of the questions about the election go out the window. They won't answer them because it's moot, because the election's already over. It's the same thing that happened when I talked to New York State. People may remember that I was questioning a school board election and a candidate for the New York State, for the Southern Tier Broome County School Board. And there was a candidate who went around at a pro-drug event, a smoke out event, when New York State made it legal to smoke marijuana outdoors. And so Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow had an event, had a bunch of people all smoking in front of the police station. And what happened? A candidate, after a couple of hours of people smoking marijuana all together outside next to each other for hours, a candidate came out and said, sign this form, which I looked over the form, which had multiple errors on it. Multiple errors. And many of those signatures should have been thrown out. And I raised a question and said, is it legal in New York State to get a person intoxicated and under the influence of a drug, therefore not in their proper state of mind, to sign a legal document like a petition to get a candidate on an election. New York State wasted the time. I expedited my request to get that candidate thrown out, to get those signatures thrown out, and to get established in law whether it is legal or not to have someone intoxicated signing legal documents. New York State said, hang on, wait a minute. We just need some time to think about it. Waited 2 months on something I asked them to expedite because it was a week before the results. I actually asked for this before the election, and their answer came a month after the election, and they said, the election's over, so it's moot, so there's no problem. So the candidate didn't win, the election's over, there's no problem, we don't have to answer this question. Don't ever ask us about the legal issue that because New York State said you can legally smoke marijuana, are you legally in the proper state of mind to sign documents and or vote when you are high? New York State doesn't want to answer that question for you. New York State refused to answer that question. And I was told that I was a racist. I was a phobe because the candidate, person of color, and a transsexual person, as far as I'm aware, didn't know it, didn't care. But that was enough that the answer was, oh, no, you're just an ist and a phobe, rather than this is a legal loophole in the law created by the lawmakers because they didn't think through their dumb law in the first place. So, as it stands, in New York State, you can legally get someone intoxicated out of their mind and get them to sign any legal document, and it will be okay. You can do that in New York State because New York State refuses to answer that question. You can get people high and get them to sign documents for you, and they will be legal because the precedent, as stated because of my lawsuit, was that it's moot. They don't want to answer the question. It's okay. I tell you, that's a sorry state of government. And that's the same situation we're getting now, is that in Arizona, they're saying there's no reason to rush. We already have a result. It's already done. Let it go. We don't have to look at this because we already have an answer. It's the same thing they said in 2020, which is why they fortified the elections, why they fortified the elections in Arizona in 2022. They fortified the elections so that you don't have to worry about it because it's all been resolved already. And the courts can go and say it's moot because we already have a person in office and they've been in office so long that we can't go backwards. We can't change that now. They've already been sworn in. It's all over. And if they ask anyone, like in Arizona, who would they ask? Gee, should we go forward? Let's ask the governor. The governor happens to be the person that's actually involved in the situation. You think I'm kidding about this? Again, this is coming from KJZZ, KJazz, in Arizona. And here it is. The panel of judges wants a response from the presumed Governor Katie Hobbs on Wednesday because a special action hearing date has been set does not mean that the judges will allow Lake to argue to them directly on that day. That would leave a standard appeal, which could take months to appeal. Think about it. So there, on January 24th, the Arizona State Court of Appeals will decide whether to expedite a bid by Carrie Lake to overturn the results of the governor's election she lost. The panel of judges wants a response from the presumed Governor Katie Hobbs by Wednesday. So they're going to the governor to give them an answer about what that governor should be in elected office or not. Gee, do you think Katie Hobbs is going to say no? Do you think Katie Hobbs is going to say the election was fortified and it's fine? Even though 30% of the votes had an issue and they have started an investigation, an inquiry into the problems. My God, this is circular logic. How can they do this? And this is what YouTube punishes me for. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. On one hand, the major news media is telling me that there was a question. On the other hand, the court system, the state of Arizona, is saying there's no problem whatsoever. They said there's a problem. The other guys say there's no problem. And the courts are saying, well, it's moot. We've already counted, so don't worry about it. Let it go. And there's social media saying, and if you talk about it, you're the problem. You have to go. They've done it in New York State with school boards. They've done it in Arizona with a governor's race. This is insane, folks, which goes back to earlier comments where people are sad about the elections, understandably upset about our election system. It has no confidence. It instills no confidence in these people, which is why I don't like, again, going back to the original point of McCarthy, I already don't have confidence. I don't have high confidence in elections in America. I know many people who are watching don't have high confidence in elections when we watch them fortify elections as reported by Newsweek, that we know they fortified the 2020 election. We know for a fact that Facebook was meeting with the FBI and Twitter. Rather, the FBI was meeting with Facebook and Twitter. We have the Twitter files saying that they were suppressing news and information. We know that there have been errors or issues or problems, whatever word you wish to use, that the censors will allow. As we can see here in Arizona, we know there are questions, and yet we are being told, throw that out the window, accept the result. It's good for Democrats, so it's good enough for you. What's going on in America? And when we... Oh, here we go. We have a call coming in. And hello.
Call Mike's program.
Yep, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey.
I know it's Jason. What's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. Yeah, just getting some a little muffled on my end. I was just gonna make a comment. Oh, this is Jason.
I know.
From Bington.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna talk about some of the circular logic.
Yeah.
That was going on there. I mean it is frustrating because here you're citing statistics. It's like, okay, there's issues with 60% of the vote, and we're supposed to say that is acceptable. And if you do talk about it on social media, then you put yourself in a position of being censored.
Yeah.
And I mean that's pretty well on your end. That's a pretty risky situation, as it is right now. And again, what it's going to go in front of the governor. The governor just has to say, hey, everything was fine, and let's just move on to the next thing.
That's pretty much how they've set it up. As I'm showing you from the news reports from Arizona. Yeah, that's how they set it up. Hey, Governor-elect, did you win? Yes, I think I won. Okay, well, thank you. We're done. It's all over. There is no more question that should be asked. It's like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense that you can do that or would do that. I mean, the problem is that, I think that the Democrats especially have just come used to the fact that they don't have to do anything when it comes to election integrity, to actually increase, the faith in the system, because no matter how sloppy they are, they've got, social media pretty much running cover, for their incompetence. So, I mean, and been reading, and I try to read through different things on social media, and honestly, to my degree, it's been pretty silent, of what's happening with the Arizona, count. Um, I mean, the more the information that comes out is more putting, you know, is more about the election, and saying that, and then they basically tie it back to Trump's failure in the election to get, Republicans elected in Arizona is basically what's being pumped through all social media. It's not the fact that of what is actually going on with the, the electric itself and what's happening on that front. Um, so yeah, it's a frustrating thing here.
No, absolutely. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. Does it make sense to you that literally at the same time they're saying we have to investigate this, they're saying, oh, but it's all fine? How can you do that? It doesn't, it boggles the mind, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what it is basically one week say one thing, say, yeah, we're going to look into it in the following week. Okay, the media basically just buries it. And then with Democrats in power, of any sort, they can do that. Um, and that's pretty much what the outcome is going to be.
And I'm not suggesting, I have not said, notice, I have not said at any point that Carrie Lake won or Katie Hobbs won or who should have won. I'm asking the question, I'm saying, if there is a question that requires an investigation, how can we be so sure of results that one person who has a vested interest is saying, yeah, it's good? How can we trust that? And how can we as voters trust our elections anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people, look at, if we're looking at situations, that have been rolled out to the public and what we've been fed on everything, for the last 3 years specifically, and what was exposed in the Twitter files, I mean, and then you're supposed to say, they're supposed to look at that and go, well, considering what we found and what's going on, yeah, there's problems, there's inconsistencies, but it doesn't have the numbers that would actually sway an election in any direction, you know? And the thing is that whatever we see is just always on the surface, It's never what you have, complete throughout the system, to believe that, what they're actually identifying as being an issue and potential, problems in the election, is just like I said, it's just a piece of the big picture, which is basically being hidden, and which would need to be investigated to, really unearth exactly how widespread it is. But again, the situation is you have a Democrat, governor, and with that power, and then also with the alliance of social media, they're definitely going to be able to squash this, and just push it out like they've done everything else.
Let me ask you, does this make you feel more confident or less confident in not just elections in Arizona, but across the country? Does that build your confidence or does it remove your confidence?
No, it definitely makes me, angry and anxious to a point. And, unfortunately I didn't catch a lot of the programming. I know that you're talking about McCarthy, being in a position with the House there. And one of the, the thoughts I had is that, they're showing a lot of division, what's happening, with McCarthy. And basically they make it seem like it's a division between conservatives and maybe more, more, moderates, or, what the media really tries to do. It really is like, Trump candidates versus, the rest of the country is pretty much the way that the media has been, projecting, in my opinion.
This has nothing to do with Trump. I mean, exactly. You're right. That's the way they're pushing it.
Yes.
But this has nothing to do with Trump.
Yeah. And the thing is that when you look at what's happening, even with the power of the House, I mean, they don't really have any control, any sort of power to do a lot when it comes to anything, because you've got the Senate, you got the president. They're the ones who are going to pretty much dictate. Well, they're not going to be able to do anything. It's going to be a lock.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing that the Republicans are going to be able to do is pretty much put the brakes on any major spending and legislation that the Democrats want to push. So the big leftist ideology type of movement, it's going to be put on hold and stop. Now, the problem I think though is when it comes to situations, that we see with election integrity and other investigations, I think that's one thing that the Republicans can do, and that's what they, somewhat shown some signs that they potentially will look into. Is like, for example, is even with obviously election and integrity, also maybe doing their own investigation into the January 6th situation and finding out exactly why security didn't do certain things and who was holding up the stuff and why the FBI was doing what the FBI's involvement was. And also, the same thing when it comes to, social media and what was going on there. Like that, the House can do investigations to figure out, what, can we hold anybody, accountable when it comes to the Twitter files that were going on? Can we hold anybody, accountable when it comes to, the president of the United States, when it comes to his son and basically the situation, with the Chi-Coms and every other back, door deal that he was doing with Ukraine and everything else. I mean, those are the sort of things that, at least the Republicans in power will be able to make, at least hopefully present some information to the public so we can at least be a little more educated on what's going on with the government, even though they're not going to be in a position to actually pass any sort of legislature or make any massive changes, And I know that was one of the things that was frustrating me about a lot of these Republicans that didn't want McCarthy in power was that they said, well, we want this, we want that. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, you guys don't have a snowball chance in hell of passing anything, regardless of who the heck, the Speaker of the House is, And that was one thing that really just, bothered me. It just made it seem like, I mean, I don't know. The people who do that sort of stuff and say things that actually have no sort, of grounds, just reminds me of, like Maxine Waters and, Bernie Sanders, and they just, and AOC, they just blatantly say out, certain ideas and, way our government should be run and, different bills that we should pass. And, they just throw things out there and, it's useless in my book,
Okay, so I've heard from other people earlier today, including John, who called in, Tina had mentioned, that they saw the fact that McCarthy went through 15 votes and before he could win the Speaker. And they said, well, that was an example of his determination, that it's a positive. Do you feel that was positive?
I couldn't hear you. You're coming in a little soft. Could you just repeat yourself on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So some people have said that they saw the 15 votes to get McCarthy as Speaker as a positive because it showed his determination, that this is a good thing. Do you agree?
I don't. I mean, I don't really see how it was. I mean, during the entire, situation that you're going through 15 votes, meanwhile, you've got Joe Biden, the Democrats, running, our country. I mean, we're going through like the worst inflation ever. Our economy is about to go through, hell. We're going through layoffs right now. I mean, Amazon's dropping, about 15,000 workers. You've got all the tech is starting to fall apart. And meanwhile, what are we focused on? We're not focused on the incompetence of the Democrats for the last, 2 years and him. Instead, we're talking about, McCarthy, a vote which actually does absolutely nothing to the direction of our country, because he can't do crap, And so we're spending all this mental capital, on something that will not result one iota in changing our country for the positive, And I mean, the focus should have been basically, like I said, looking, to at least expose the corruption of the Democrats, and then also expose, their position and the direction that they're taking our country in, and then present a plan, and an idea of where you want our country to, be going in. This whole thing, this vote, I don't think anybody even really. I mean, in the end, it was just a headache, And everybody, and the biggest thing is they're like, well, McCarthy's too liberal. He's going to vote, to the Democrats. He's deep state. He's there forever. And I'm like, okay, great. So what's your policy? What's your plan? What are you going to do here? I mean, that sort of infighting really just, to me, was just a waste of time.
Well, I think so as well. I don't think, well, not a waste of time, but I don't think it added to confidence. As we're
No.
watching so many other things that are taking away people's confidence. It's just amazing to me that they want to make us think that this
Hello,
is the
and
case.
thank you for joining us. This is
They're trying to make people think that this is a positive somehow. Now, one of the comments is Tina says it will change it to the positive if he honors the concessions. So by your standards, it means nothing. Then why bother having a Congress, just have Senate? I think that this example of it, and I want to be very clear, you can tell me if you think you agree, Jason. It's this example. After the third vote, they should have picked someone else. There's no confidence. In parliament, if you're looking at parliamentary systems, like in England, they have what they call a no confidence vote. That's what this was about. There's no confidence in McCarthy to lead. So that's my problem. And I don't think that bodes well for everything else that comes afterwards because, like you said, we have a House that is divided. The House and the Senate and the White House, they're not working together. So we're not going to gain. We need someone with the most confidence possible. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think McCarthy says he's going to work on illegal immigration? He's going to work on getting CRT out of schools. Do you think he can do anything with that?
No, he has no power. I mean, look, you need the presidency or you need the Senate as well too. Maybe if you had the Senate, you'd have a little more leeway. But the bottom line is that anything that the House puts up to the Senate, they're going to basically, shut down immediately or won't even take the vote up on it. So there's no point. And this is the issue too. Is everybody says, well, McCarthy is not going to want to bring this up for a vote. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Because why is he, going to bring something up that actually is going to be shot down and go absolutely nowhere? I mean, like I said, him making any sort of concessions and agreement, to do this and that and to bring up this, it doesn't make a difference, So again, it made people. The thing is too is that I think one of the problems that this whole division and divide and everything focused on McCarthy, makes it seem like Republicans actually have this massive amount of power when it comes to the change with our government and our economy right now, which I think is really stupid for the Republicans, because the problem is that we are on the Democrats' track, the Democrats' policy, and the Democrats' plan for the next 2 years. Everything they've already done and passed, is going to tank our economy, and to put yourself in a seat where all of a sudden you're showing yourself as having all this power and all this control, and it was so crucial that we got the right guy in for the speaker. It makes it seem like, well, geez, you voted, McCarthy in. That's why our entire economy went to crap. That's why Republicans completely failed. That's why all these people are going to lose their job. That's why we're going to go through stagflation. That's why we're going to get in a massive war, with North Korea. I mean, all these blames are now being set up on the Republicans because they're setting themselves up as if they have some sort of power control of the circumstance, And again, their focus should have been simply on pointing to basically sitting back, pointing to the Democrats' policy and saying, this is what they implemented and this is where we're headed and this is our plan and what we want to do, but we can't bring it to the table because Democrats refuse, to vote, for a, logical, policy, and that's where they should have sit. But no, this division and fight and all this attention being drawn to something like this was not a positive at all for the Republicans, and it does nothing positive for the party as well, because I don't think there's any sort of coming together, with any sort of definitive idea or plan or blueprint to actually bring forward conservative ideas. I didn't see that at all, because nobody was bringing anything forward. Or the other thing too is that who, when they were voting against McCarthy, who the heck wanted to bring forth? Half the guys they kept naming, themselves said they didn't want to actually be Speaker of the House. What was it, Jim Jordan? No, who?
Jim Jordan was
Jim
one of
Jordan?
them.
Somebody wanted up there?
Jim Jordan was voted on, yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't want it.
No, he didn't.
So it was just a waste, you know. He wanted to basically, you know, deal with the judiciary, you know, go after the, you know, the Democrats, you know, dig through that dirt, you know. That's the sort of thing that, you know, should have been focused on and what needed to be done. But this thing being drawn out the way it was, no, it wasn't good for Republicans.
Okay. Well, there are some people who are watching who disagree. I seem to say that, but and again, we haven't gotten anywhere yet. We just got to the speaker. We haven't dealt with anything yet. So we could be proven to be wrong over time. And I would love that. I would love that. Let me ask you, going back to Arizona. So do you think, using what we saw in 2022 as an example, do you believe that the fortification of elections, as we have seen in 2022, is that the direction that we should be going in 2024? Or do we need to have a serious look at this?
Yeah, I honestly don't know what can be done because there seems to be a pattern here. It's either there's one narrative, you know, the Democrats put out, you know, when it comes to the election is that there's no fraud, there's no problems, it's 100% secure, you know, and we're fine. And then, you know, they'll maybe omit saying, oh, you know, we have to actually, you know, look into it a little more, you know. Problem is that it's nothing's going to happen. The other problem is that who's in power right now? Democrats are. And when the Democrats do want a solution to the problem, I mean, they want to pass these voting right type laws that are not voting rights. There's no sort of, you know, I mean, you know what
no one in America is denied the ability to vote if they want to vote. Even in states like they said in Georgia, this is Stacey Abrams, has said many times, black people can't vote in Georgia. Record black turnout, especially by black women. They say in Texas, black people can't vote and register to vote. It's 2 percentage point difference between whites and blacks registering and voting in elections in Texas. There is no problem with anyone voting in America if they want to vote. People don't want to vote. It's apathy. They don't want to vote.
No. And the thing is, though, is the Democrats know that. And the thing is when they want to push, you know, policy, what do they want to do? The people who don't want to vote, they basically want to harvest their ballots. And so when they put initiatives forward, it basically is setting a blueprint so they can easily ballot harvest, you know, throughout the entire, you know, entire country, you know, and it just that's their idea, and so that's their solution, you know, to voting, you know, their voting, you know, solution. So again, as long as they're in power, that's the sort of solutions that are going to be brought to the, you know, the table by them. Unfortunately, fortunately for, I guess, one thing is that, you know, right now as it is, you know, when it comes to our votes, they basically are controlled at the state level, you know. So the way that it's going to be processed, it's going to be up to the individual states. So unfortunately, with Arizona, you do have a Democrat, you know, that's going to be, you know, a governor. So I wouldn't, you know, hold my breath and expecting any sort of things to be changed at all in that country or in that state.
Well, that's interesting. I just shudder to think of what's going to happen in 2024. I really do. I don't know what to expect. I really, really don't. But I do have, and I don't know if you've read this yet, and I do want to mention to everyone, you can go to Liberty First Foundation. One of my solutions, it's part of my solution, is a bill that I'm sending out to all 537 members of Congress. I'm going to finalize this format and send it out to them, which goes over reforming the election process to make people feel like they can get back involved. And then we can see if that maybe changes it, because it's not about whether people can vote. It's whether people want to vote. And that's the thing I think we need to deal with. Oh, do you know who the dueling is?
Who? What?
Dueling. Oh, never mind. I see it. It's one of the comments about Dow mentions that back about 100 years ago, and the same kind of problems with Congress that we saw this time with the House Speaker McCarthy would have been resolved by dueling.
Oh, dueling.
Yeah, so dueling was banned. So, that kind of made things a lot more calm.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess what would they call that, toxic masculinity?
What don't they call toxic masculinity nowadays? I'm a man and I'm speaking. Oh my God, I'm a man and I'm breathing. That's toxic. That's where we come to today. I mean, did you see The
Well,
Witcher?
no.
Don't. Did you see Willow, the TV show?
Yeah.
No,
I'm watching that through. I'm just,
I'm
you
not.
know, that's it's hard.
Every man is either toxic or dumb. He's either toxically
Incompetent.
dumb or toxically male.
I
Uh,
just
these are people who have no idea what it is to be a man. They have no idea what it is to be to stand up and just be normal.
I mean, the interesting thing I would say about Willow when it comes to men, and to some degree, I think the theme actually works with this, is that it's a bunch of men that are in this thing that really just have no masculine guidance, in their life, to actually put them on a path that would have, led them to any, yeah, look at they've got their, every
There are
character's
no
got,
men. There are no
no,
men in
no,
Willow.
there's nothing, really honorable about any of the guys. I mean, just
Well, forget about
yeah,
honor. There's no men in Willow, in She-Hulk, in uh, uh, The Witcher. Those aren't men. Those are caricatures of something that someone dreamed might be a man. These are beta males. These are aberrations. There's nothing connected to being male with any of these characters. And that's what's being taught to our kids, which is in part, I think, one of the reasons why the kid in Newport News, Virginia, decided to shoot his teacher. I could be wrong. Do you know about that?
no, I didn't hear about that.
A,
When was this?
a 6-year-old went to school and shot his teacher. And it wasn't an accident. He did it on purpose.
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big story. And everyone's screaming about gun control because they're like, where did he get the gun? Why is the 6-year-old with a gun? My point is, why did he think the only answer was shooting the teacher? What was it that made him decide he wanted to shoot the teacher? Now, earlier in the show, I went over the demographics of Newport News, Virginia. It is almost essentially the same as the national averages, except there's a larger Black and Hispanic population. Otherwise, in terms of poverty, jobs, ages, everything else seems to be exactly the norm across the nation. In the news articles I've seen, they will not refer to the kid's age. We know it's a boy. Any descriptor about him other than we know it's a boy. Because they won't mention it, now it could be because he's a kid. They can't tell us this, but I believe he's probably Black. And therefore, I also believe that part of the reason why he did this is because the teacher is white, critical race theory, whether from entertainment, his parents, and or the teacher's lesson plan. She's talking to him, microaggressions. She's bigger than him, stronger than him, faster than him, smarter than him. His only answer is get a gun, equalize it. That's what I think that whole setup was. Do you think I'm right?
Yeah, I mean, the theory that you have is definitely sound, from what you're saying. Because you're describing, the objective of critical race theory and a solution to the problem. I mean, he wanted to solve the problem, that is basically being fed through critical race theory. You teach people, that ideology and that way of thinking and that way of, hopelessness and helplessness, and you know, and you treat other people as if they, are unjust tyrants, and the only solution to the problem is to eliminate them from their position with any means possible. How couldn't a person come to that conclusion at some point? Especially a very young mind who doesn't understand or grasp, the severity of what, they're actually even doing.
I think so. It's a consequence. Once again, it's a consequence coming from progressives and our government in general of not considering what is the consequence of what is the likely outcome of what they have done. What is this going to cause to happen? They don't think about it. They don't want you to think about it. And they brush this past. They don't want to even talk about this is what caused it. The answer is, well, it's the gun. The gun's the problem. 6-year-olds shouldn't be able to have guns. I agree. 6-year-olds shouldn't have guns. But if you have a gun, you should teach that kid gun safety. You should be not afraid of the gun or think that the gun is a tool of violence. You should teach about that. Instead, kids today are being taught, okay, it's perfect. There is no toxic masculinity if it's critical race theory. And that doesn't work. That's my theory. If I could be completely wrong here, I don't think I am.
No, it's a very sound, theory, in that part. And, part of the interesting thing too about situations like this is just the overall, abundance, again, of not only, the way the parents and critical race theory teachers are, but you've got, again, we go back to social media and just the ability for this information to be pumped into children and individuals, at a very young age, rapidly. And it's being pushed, by, the social media, because the thing is again, you describe the person's race, or you're theorizing of what the racial, ideology, the ideology that actually is being introduced to the person of a specific race, and then how that's being presented to them. And the thing is that it's being reinforced by social media, because all the censoring and all the blocking and all the stopping of certain information, which basically the so-called that breeds hatred and resentment and violence towards people. When it comes to CRT, I mean, no, it's a free-for-all. That information is put to the top of the searches. It's put to the top of the banners. If you open up your Facebook, your Twitter, or anything else, well, Twitter is not as much anymore, but you Google it, those ideas will be the top of the search, and so where anything counter to that, or even gun safety, or how to respect guns, or the reasoning for possessing guns, all that information is going to be completely buried.
Yeah, it's meant to be buried because they have a goal in mind, and what we're being told is to promote that goal at all costs. That's what I see happening. And again, I would like to be wrong. I would like it to be something entirely different. That this kid is just a born psychopath, or he was, given some kind of medication that made him think badly. I want that because that's the easier answer.
I mean, to some degree as well too. I mean, look at, he's a kid, but that's the problem though too. Is just that, a child doesn't need, an excuse to be a psychopath, because the thing is that a child is extremely influenced and they don't have a solid basis, not all the time, of reality. I mean, they're not adults. They think differently.
Kid's
and as
6.
a parent,
Yeah.
huh?
He's 6. Yeah.
6. Yeah, and so they don't grasp things like everybody else. The problem is though, is if who's parenting, what ideas are being passed to that child, as you described. Those critical race theory ideas being pumped into a kid who doesn't have any basis on reality and understanding concepts of the world. I mean, the kid probably still thinks there's monsters in his closet or something. You know what I mean? And that's the sort of thing that you think. They still believe in Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And we're expecting them to make rational decisions when it comes to seeing a firearm laying there and go, oh geez, that's a weapon and that's an idea, and that's a bad person. I want to be a superhero. CRT tells me that those are the evil guys, and I'm the good guy. And I mean, look at it, and that sounds crazy. Any rational person would go, that's really crazy thinking, they're insane. Well, the thing is, yeah, that's really crazy and insane, but that's the way 6-year-olds think. So to even go down the road to even say that the kid's crazy or not, look at all kids that's why you're a parent. That's why you protect kids from that sort of thing. And it's just like, that's not what our government is. That's not where our culture is going. I
Yeah.
think there's further responsibility, not only as, you know, of parents, but granted, I think that the conservatives have to realize, who's, controlling the institutions.
Yeah. It's crazy. Uh, And as long
And
as we are,
meanwhile, I mean, what are we doing? I mean, instead of talking about this issue and putting this up at the top of the media and having discussions of how this affects us, we're arguing over McCarthy, and to one end, to what is he going to do?
no,
Is
really,
he going to change our culture?
they're not talking about that. They're saying, "Hey, don't worry, we've got another CW show coming out.
Yeah.
We've got the Marvels coming out on TV. You can watch the Housewives of whatever the hell it is. That's where they're focused at. That's where they want the public to be focused at. Don't worry about fortifying elections. Don't worry about anything. It's all going to be okay. The inflation is only transitory. It's not real. The economy's doing fantastic. You just don't understand. Let us handle it. Just obey."
Mike, I'm hoping one thing does happen positively, though, is a lot of this woke, stuff that has been said. And look, and you've pointed this out, even when it comes to media and when it comes to movies and stuff, that a lot of these have been failing. They haven't been making money.
Nope.
And it's going by the wayside. Well, the
Yeah.
thing is that right now we're going through, we're going to be through a recession. There's going to be massive layoffs, and money's going to be fiscally tight. The easy money, monetary policy that we had before is just not there.
Right.
So certain things that have been propped up, like certain forms of the entertainment that we see, that we're just rolling our eyes and going, Jesus, I mean, why'd they produce this? Who they make this for? They keep doing that. There's not going to be the money for it. And the bottom line is that when you have Netflix, when you have Amazon, when you have Disney putting this stuff out and it flops, it's going to hurt their bottom line. And the thing is it is seen in their stock. And I've watched some of these things, and they're starting to pivot a little, because the easy money that they had, all this money being just thrown into the stock market and then pumping these companies up way beyond what they're even worth, has put them on a path where basically these woke, what they call these woke individuals, who wanted to produce these entertainments and this content, they're not going to be able to get that money. They're not going to be able to exist in a market where you cannot get that money. And so we're going to see a shrinkage, and then I believe maybe it will have to be a time where you're going to have to make things that people want, and this, I think, will weed out a lot of this. Well, I don't think it'll weed out all of it, but it'll definitely change. Change. The way that the culture is going. Just because I think the money was basically corrupting our culture in the same way.
Maybe. I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah.
I think they're still living in 2020, where they expect people to be stuck in their houses doing nothing but watching streaming and consuming anything they put out there, which is why the propaganda escalated to maximum levels, because they had a captured audience that had nothing else to do. All they could do was watch streaming, and because they could watch nothing else, no better time to program them than then. And that was the whole thing about entertainment throughout the entire 2021.
Yeah,
Captured audience.
Well, I mean, there's two things during that time. One is that everybody was sitting at home and they had nothing better to do, and then basically they were pumped all the money, stimulus, to spend on something. And what are they going to do when they're at home? Well, they're going to sign up for every single, streaming service that they could at the time, And so what did that do? That obviously pumped massive amounts of money into these businesses. Well, they got an influx, of money. And so what do? I mean, if you're smart, you would, create content, or basically plan, the future, the way that you're going to handle your business. But the way that a lot of things run is that, they just get fat and happy during the good times, and then then when things fall apart, basically they just start laying off like crazy, and go to the brink of bankruptcy. So
No, they thought
and
they had to win because all the audience was there. They didn't think about
Yeah.
well, they're there because they can't go anywhere else.
yeah.
There's no
And like I
other
said,
option.
things will change, and because that audience won't be there, and they won't have the money to spend on every single one of the different, streaming services now. The streaming services will actually have to cut back, and then look at the bottom line, and then create content that basically really performs at a higher level.
Well, I hope so,
So
but I'm not sure about that. But
look
let
at,
me,
I mean, they don't do it, they go bankrupt. That's the bottom line.
well, no, they'll get a bailout. Disney will get a bailout
That's a good
before they
point.
go out
Yeah,
of
well,
business.
we'll see. Yeah.
They won't let Disney go out of business. They'll give them a bailout.
Yeah, Disney, Netflix.
Yeah.
I mean, what? And then we got other ones. I mean, even like HBO type services, and Paramount, and all the big,
Come on.
big
If
movie
they're
names.
willing to give bailouts to the entire green energy sector, you think they're going to let Disney go? Netflix? No.
I don't believe Disney will fail, but I do believe that Disney will, get smarter with the content. They'll have to, and I think that they already are.
I don't know
From what
about that.
I see, even the CEO is kind of moving in a direction, going, you know what, we're going to have to.
He's the reason we have this. He's the reason why we have the programs we have now. He's the one who greenlit them all. Bob Iger did this.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying though is that even the direction that they say that they're going in, he's seeing a shift of what needs to be, happening. There's at least an acknowledgement of a mistake being made and a direction shift needing to change. Whether they actually do that change, I don't know. And if they don't do that change, they will be punished, by the shareholders, because their stock will tank, and then the less money they have. And look, there's a lot of issues that unfortunately Disney is going to go through. I mean, one is their pricing is going through the roof, inflationary, and once everybody loses their jobs and everything goes to crap. I mean, I don't know how their bottom line is going to even go anywhere. So,
Well, as I was just mentioning, I think it seems like everyone seems to believe that 2023 is going to be a year of change on many levels, and that's entertainment, politics, everything. Now the question is that positive? I don't know, but and Tina mentions she used to watch Marvel, doesn't watch anything. I will not pay for Marvel, and the last thing I paid for was to see Endgame, and I won't watch any of the streaming. I've never watched it, won't watch it. It's useless, and I'm not going to pay them for a service that's going to push these agendas. I don't pay for propaganda if I don't have to.
yeah, and that's the thing, is you're not the only one, and the more people that feel like that, then eventually somebody's gonna have to fill that void. Because the thing is that people, if you're a person who has money and watches content, then somebody has to, somebody's gonna be willing to create content that you're willing to watch, because you'll pay to see it, But until that
Maybe.
person comes and makes content for you, then you'll be sitting on the sideline. But then again, the way the market works is that somebody's gonna see a void and try to fill that void.
Maybe. Hollywood's very woke, and they don't seem
Well,
to
like
care.
again, if money gets extremely tight, it's going to be very difficult to do that, and so they're probably just going to be blasting the masses with kind of a blockbuster type thing, for a while.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen because the recession is coming, as I've been telling people. And I haven't mentioned it earlier. I do want to mention right now, because I was right. I think I was right. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Jason. Buy
Yeah,
10% more food every time you go to the store. The recession, the food shortage, 30% less food in the world as it is today, is not going to end at the end of winter. It's a 1-year process. You need to keep buying 10% more food every time you go to the store, and you will save money. I think it saved people money already. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, look, prices are going up. I mean, if you've got the means to do that, then I definitely would do that.
Yeah. But let me, I'm just about to finish up. Was there any final thoughts you wanted to put out there?
No, I think I think we had a pretty good conversation.
I thought so. All right. Well, I want to thank you for always calling in. I always thank you for being part of this. It's very important.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
All right. So, folks, just like Jason did, just like John before him, everyone can always call into this program from anywhere across America, anywhere in the world. We're always happy to hear your voices. We will never cut you off for telling us what you think, even if you don't agree with us, even if you have a different point of view, as long as you can respectfully have that conversation. And Tina mentions it's not just food, it's medicine now that's also in a shortage, and I agree, and that's been coming for some time. It's all the manufactured goods. I mean, we're getting everything from China. We're no longer a manufacturing company. We're a service country, thanks to Obama. That was part of the transformation. This is the transformation Obama wanted. And Biden backs that idea. And this is what you get. I hope you enjoy it. As Dal mentions, 3 dozen eggs, $27. That's ridiculous. What is that? 3 times as much as it used to be? But there's no recession. There's only a warning that we might get into a recession. Remember, I showed you the news. I'll show it to you again. We might be in a recession. There's going to be a soft landing to the recession. It's not as bad as you think, except it's as bad as we've been thinking for over a year. And we've been telling you about that on this program. Go out, buy 10% more food every time you buy food. You will be better off. I wish you could do it with medicine, but you can't stockpile medicine for the most part. And yeah. And well, China making our goods is a problem. Massive. That's for another show. Because there's a big problem with having someone who diametrically opposes your way of life making all your goods. There's so much wrong with that. But that's another show. I just want to say, I enjoyed the show. We've been on for about 4.5 hours. I felt good. I really thank you guys for being part of the audience, all of you. And I always want to say, if you found this to be educational, informational, if you found it intriguing, even entertaining, if you're listening to this as you go to sleep, that's fantastic. Thank you for being part of the audience. If you left comments during the show or even after the show, thank you. We want your comments. Whether you agree or disagree, we're always open to hear what you have to say. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we are here. Unless YouTube shuts us down, which they do every so often, especially since 2022. They've been doing it a lot more. Facebook the same. Other than that, we're here, and we want to hear your voice. We want to hear what you have to say. And we hope you'll watch the other videos that we do on so many, many subjects throughout the year. And just to focus back, remember I was mentioning about the school board and my challenge, my legal challenge. You can see that here. I'll include the link in the description so that you can see that and see what I was trying to do and why there's still a question in New York State that if you're legally intoxicated, can you sign legal documents? And apparently, New York State's perfectly okay with that. I want to thank everybody. If you enjoyed the show, please like, share, subscribe. That's all we really ask for. That's really all we want you to do is like, share, and subscribe. It helps us more than you could possibly imagine. It makes a big difference, especially since they suppress this. Everything we talked about in the show today, every aspect, whether it's the recession, the 118th Congress, talking about gun control, southern border, the Biden-Harris administration, international policy, every single aspect is something that they are trying to suppress. And we know they're suppressing it. They're successful at it. The Twitter files has been showing us over and over again. They have been actively suppressing large and small voices that don't agree and do not obey. And that means they're coming after you. But we're going to be here every week. Now, if you'd like, you can help us with that. You can donate. I know we're using PayPal, but at the moment that's all we can use. But you can donate. You can donate $1. You can donate $5. Some people have donated $100. And God, I love you guys. Thank you. It's whatever you feel comfortable with. Unless you are a progressive who believes in white guilt and white privilege, then to those people, and only those people, I say to you, send me half your paycheck. And you gave BLM $90 million so that they can go and buy 6 mansions. You gave Sean, what's his name? Sean, the fake black guy, Sean. You gave him $40,000 to buy a dog. Send me half your paycheck. You're supporting a black business. I am a businessman. I have a small business. You're supporting a small business. If you believe in white privilege, send me half your paycheck. Everyone else, if you want to donate $1, $5, fantastic. All I really ask is that you subscribe. Simple. Make it easy. Final comments from Dow. I think there are 3 or 4 manufacturers that are left that create our ammunition supply, but the raw materials are only available from 1 lab in the U.S. Everything else is outsourced internationally in talking about ammunition. There's a couple of ammunition companies that are still in the United States. There's a few manufacturers, small ones, besides the big names everyone knows. But they're all having problems, and their stock prices are absolutely having problems. I know, I own one of the stocks, and I'm underwater. Oh my God, it's gotten that low. But that's another story for another day. Again, I want to thank everyone for being with us for 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours. Thank you for spending your Sunday with me. I appreciate you. I thank you. You are wonderful. Whether you watch the whole show or just 5 minutes, I appreciate it, and I thank you. I look forward to seeing you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., and I hope to see you next week. Please check for videos throughout the week, and I want you to be well. I want you to be safe. I want you to be secure, and I'll talk to you soon.